Chapter 240. It's him. Feng Ling cried out involuntarily. Then, she threw herself into Yi Weiyang's arms and burst into tears. On the surface, Yi Weiyang's personality seemed to be more cheerful than Feng Ling's, and he seemed to have a higher tolerance. However, in reality, Feng Ling was really strong. Otherwise, the person who inherited the Sanctuary Alliance auction house wouldn't be her. However, no matter how strong she was still a girl after all. That fellow had left for almost 5 years, and there had been no news from him at all. Even the red dragon armor that she had given him was broken. Feng Ling kept telling herself that he was still alive almost every day as if she was hypnotized. However, deep down in her heart, how could she not know how low the chances of him surviving were? Today, in the Sanctuary Alliance great trial ground, she finally saw him again. No matter what, he was still alive. No matter how much resentment Feng Ling had in her heart, she couldn't help but cry tears of joy. He was alive, he was still alive, he was back. Her tears flowed like a fountain. The strong controller of the Sanctuary Alliance auction house couldn't control her emotions at that moment. Yes, the person who took off his cloak and revealed his face was the only commandment priest of the Temple of the Priests, the bald Sima Xian. Compared to 4 years ago, his body was much more muscular. However, he never forgot his identity as a priest. His priest robe was filled with his solid muscles. Just by standing there, he gave off an oppressive aura like a towering mountain. In the eye array, golden light flashed. Sima Xian stepped into the competition ground. He seemed to feel something and subconsciously glanced in the direction of the VIP stand of the Warrior Temple. However, the VIP stand was very high. Unless his eyes could bend, he definitely wouldn't be able to see what was there. The other person that the light of choice shone on was from the Soul Temple. Because of the action of Sima Xian taking off his cloak, he entered the competition ground earlier than Sima Xian. To all the participants in the temple competition, it was glory among glory. To be able to participate in the competition was glory. To be able to obtain points for the temple in the competition was even greater glory. Under such circumstances, no one would hold back. As the incantation was being chanted, a dark purple hexagram appeared in front of the summoner. In the next moment, a pitch-black door slowly rose in front of him. A gloomy aura flowed in the air. In the air, there was a faint black mist rippling. Darkness attribute. This summoner turned out to be an extremely rare dark summoner. The magic he cast was called Hell's Gate, which was similar to the Living Gate. This dark summoner was obviously quite powerful. It only took him such a short time to cast Hell's Gate. When Sima Xian stood still, his gate of darkness had already appeared. Life magic! Endless Night cried out in surprise, drawing the agitated Feng Ling. Eyes gazed towards the arena. Usually, only summoners from the Soul Temple could practice life magic. Summoners usually had their own life summon. If they carefully nurtured it, it would become their greatest helper. However, not all summoners could find a suitable magic beast to subdue and make it their own life summon. In this kind of situation, they had another choice, life magic. The so-called life magic was to imprint a magic into the depths of one's soul, making it a part of one's body. Summoners with life magic couldn't have life summon anymore. However, this magic would break through the limits of the magic's level and rise to a higher level according to their strength. Without a doubt, this darkness summoner in front of them had achieved this. His life magic was Hell's Gate. Her Fate Gate was a level 7 magic, the same as Life Gate. However, after it became his natal magic, it became even more powerful as his cultivation increased. This darkness summoner looked to be around 50 years old. He was considered relatively young among the participants. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 8th step. By relying on this powerful life magic that was also at the peak of the 8th step, even if he faced a 9th step powerhouse, he had the confidence to go head-to-head. Feng Ling Er quickly wiped away the tears on her face and looked towards the arena. She couldn't help but feel a strong sense of worry. Life magic, Hell's Gate, was a relatively powerful existence. Not only did it have strong, explosive power after it was cast, it could even last until the summoner exhausted all of their mana. Generally speaking, in the individual competition, spells like Life Gate and Hell's Gate couldn't be cast because the casting time was too long. However, as a life magic, this darkness summoner completed it in an extremely short amount of time. Moreover, it was an advanced Hell's Gate. This was completely different. Sima Xian was facing Hell's Gate unarmed. Feng Ling, I was very clear about this damn Baldy's abilities. Without a vigorous light pill in hand, how much of his strength could he display? Her worry, excitement, joy, and even deeper resentment were all covered up. Feng Ling tightly grasped Endless Night's hand and nervously watched the situation on the stage. After Sima Xian stepped onto the stage, he didn't stop. He didn't use any skills either. He just strode towards the darkness summoner with his head held high. To a normal person, this kind of speed could be considered as a meteor, but to the experts participating in the temple competition, it was too slow. The opposing darkness summoner looked at Sima Xian and felt somewhat suspicious. He even wondered if he was being too careful, using his life magic right from the start. What kind of person was this? He looked to be at most 30 years old. That majestic body could even compare to an earth dragon, but he was wearing a cleric robe. This was too strange. Moreover, this guy didn't even use any skills. He just walked towards him like a normal person. There had been many individual competitions in the temple competition, but this was the first time something like this had happened. This darkness summoner's position in the summoner temple wasn't low. His battle experience was also extremely abundant. After a short moment of shock, he immediately made a decision. No matter what his opponent was, he had to go all out and obtain this point for the Soul Temple. The might of Hell's Gate was already displayed. One after another, hellhounds emitting dark red flames madly charged out of Hell's Gate, charging towards Sima Xian. This pack of hellhounds had a total of 12. Hellhounds were darkness and fire dual attribute creatures, equivalent to stage 6 human experts. They didn't have any attack skills and were only proficient in physical attacks. However, all of their physical attacks carried the effects of darkness and fire. They were extremely tenacious and had a persevering personality. Once they tangled with you, you wouldn't rest until you were dead. Seeing this pack of hellhounds, Sima Xian still ran towards the darkness summoner with large strides. His bald head flickered under the light of the great trial grounds. The hellhounds were extremely fast. In practically the blink of an eye, the 12 hellhounds had already charged towards Sima Xian. Not only were these hellhounds tyrannical, but they also seemed to be very organized. The 3-headed hellhound at the front simultaneously pounced towards Sima Xian. Of the other 9 hellhounds, 3 leapt into the air, while the other 6 flanked Sima Xian from both sides. In an instant, all of Sima Xian's paths of advance had been sealed. The 2 horns on their heads flashed with black and red light, using their advantage in numbers to suppress Sima Xian. The dark summoner sat cross-legged above the Hell's Gate, chanting incessantly. Inside the Hell's Gate, there seemed to be an even more intense absorption of spirit energy. It was gloomy and gloomy, communicating with some unknown creature from the Hell Plane. He had never thought of using the Hellhounds to defeat Sima Xian. All he had to do was hold back Sima Xian. In his opinion, as long as he completed his next spell, victory would be set in stone. Watching the battle, the most nervous person was undoubtedly Feng Ling. Seeing the unarmed Sima Xian being surrounded by the 12 Hellhounds, she subconsciously held her breath. She cursed Sima Xian in her heart. How old are you? Why are you here to participate in the temple competition? Are you here to court death? However, what happened next shocked everyone. Facing the attack of the 12 hellhounds, Sima Xian's expression did not change. It was as if he did not see them at all. Seeing that the 12 hellhounds were in front of him, Sima Xian stopped in his tracks and stomped his right foot on the ground. With a boom, an intense golden flame suddenly swept out from his body. With Sima Xian's body as the center, the area within a radius of 5 meters became a huge golden fireball. What kind of skill was that? Not only were the people from the temple stunned, but even the powerhouses from the Knights Templars and the Temple of the Priests, who were most proficient in light attribute abilities, were also stunned. In the next moment, they arrived. The big Baldy from before continued to stride in the direction of the Hell's Gate as if nothing had happened. Behind him, the light disappeared, and the 12 hellhounds had all disappeared. Not even a speck of them was left. Seeing this scene from the Knights' VIP stand, the chief referee, Qin Zidian, could not help but smile. He said, "What a powerful priest. How is that a skill? It's clearly the result of releasing spiritual power. Simple and direct." Naturally, the others could not hear Qin Zidian's words. They only saw that the strong bald priest was still walking toward Hell's Gate. How could an ordinary person be able to deal with 12 hellhounds with extremely high defense with an instantaneous skill? The Dark Summoner suddenly became nervous. His chanting speed increased significantly. Seeing that Sima Xian was already less than 50 meters away from him, he could not help but sweat beads on his forehead. Although he wanted to go all out to deal with Sima Xian, he was still too careless. He originally thought that the hellhounds would be able to delay Sima Xian for at least 10 seconds, but in reality, Sima Xian only used 1 second to end the battle. His incantation was almost complete, and it was impossible to change it. However, according to Sima Xian's current speed, he could definitely reach him before he finished his incantation. To be able to kill so many hellhounds in an instant, how could he not have spiritual wings? However, to everyone's surprise, not only did Sima Xian not use his spiritual wings, when he was 20 meters away from the Gate of Hell, he even stopped in his tracks and stood there calmly. However, his eyes were filled with a strong battle intent. What is he doing? Waiting for the opponent to finish his incantation? Isn't this too arrogant? For a moment, the audience could not help but be in an uproar. They could all see through Sima Xian's intention. Only Sima Xian himself understood his current mood. He really needed to release himself. He was originally wild and unrestrained, and after being silent for too long, he needed a big battle to vent his suppressed emotions. The Dark Summoner's incantation was finally completed, and Hell's Gate emitted a strong layer of dark purple light. Immediately after, a huge figure drilled out of Hell's Gate. That's right, it was a drill. Hell's Gate was 4 meters tall and 3 meters wide, but this summoned creature had to lower its head in order to drill out. It was over 6 meters tall, humanoid, majestic, with wings and a pair of spiral horns. It was a demon king of Hell. That's right, this was the trump card of the Dark Summoner. With a cultivation base at the peak of the 8th rank, he could summon a powerful demon king of Hell through his natal magic. No matter how hard Sima Xian tried, he still managed to complete this magic. Roar! A monstrous roar resounded. The one who roared was not the demon king of Hell, but Sima Xian, who was waiting 20 meters away. Facing the demon king of Hell that walked out of Hell's Gate, he suddenly spread his arms and roared at the sky. Then he took a step forward and rushed towards the demon king of Hell. The demon king of Hell had just been summoned, and before it could understand what was going on, it saw a human emitting a strong golden light rushing towards it. It almost subconsciously threw a punch at Sima Xian. A strong dark purple halo burst out of the demon king of Hell, and the tyrannical aura of a powerhouse in the 9th rank of Hell burst out. However, the charging Sima Xian did not have the slightest intention of dodging. He stomped heavily on the ground, causing a loud bang. Then he leaped high into the air. The golden light emitted from his body instantly turned white. Just like that, Sima Xian's fist collided with the demon king of Hell's fist in the white light. It was awesome to fight against the demon king of hell with his physical body. At that moment, Fengling was not the only one holding her breath. Most of the spectators held their breath. Sima Xian's tyrannical fighting style was the most exciting. Boom! The collision between light and darkness was always so intense. The protective shield of the Sanctuary Alliance's great test field shook violently. With Sima Xian and the Demon King of Hell as the center, a powerful spiritual power rippled in the opposite direction. Even the gate of hell was on the verge of collapse from the impact of the aftershock. What was even more shocking was that the one who was at a disadvantage was not Sima Xian, who was not favored by everyone but the Demon King of Hell. Amidst the roar, the Demon King of Hell actually took a few steps back from Sima Xian's punch. Moreover, when the fist collided with Sima Xian's fist, the white holy fire burned intensely and corroded his body intensely. Sima Xian somersaulted in the air and landed on the ground. However, the moment his feet touched the ground, he had already exerted his strength again and charged towards the Demon King of Hell like an incandescent cannonball. There had been many rounds of competition, but this was the first real confrontation between a rank 9. When Sima Xian pushed the Demon King of Hell back, everyone already understood that the seemingly tyrannical, overbearing, and unconventional bald priest was actually a rank 9 powerhouse, a saint-level priest. But would a priest use his fist to fight against the Demon King of Hell? When he charged again, Sima Xian clasped his hands together. His leaping figure had completely surpassed the Demon King of Hell. On his clasped fists, a white ball of light with a diameter of 0.5 meter condensed, and he smashed it towards the Demon King of Hell. The Demon King of Hell had just stopped falling back. The light attribute that Sima Xian had used on him was simply too strong and overbearing, eroding the dark energy in his body to a considerable extent. This Demon King of Hell had only just appeared here, so he did not understand the environment at all. Under Sima Xian's tyranny, he almost subconsciously raised his hands to block, and at the same time, a purple light burst forth from his head and legs, shooting towards Sima Xian like lightning. Sima Xian was too tyrannical. He did not care about the purple light shooting towards his chest at all, and his fists collided fiercely with the Demon King of Hell's fists. Amidst the loud rumbling sounds, the Demon King of Hell let out a blood-curdling screech. His 6-meter-tall body was abruptly shortened, and was actually smashed down by more than a meter by Sima Xian's fists. The intense holy light flames instantly engulfed his entire body, causing his huge body to tremble violently. However, the purple light emitted from the Demon King of Hell's horns also accurately hit Sima Xian's chest. Sima Xian's body paused in the air for a moment, and then a layer of intense purple light was reflected from his chest. Crack! A loud clap of thunder sounded in the field, and the purple light that was even thicker than before bombarded the Demon King of Hell's chest. This time, purple lightning flashed all over his body, and his huge body directly fell back. Golden wings finally appeared behind Sima Xian. The huge wings spread out horizontally, spanning a full 10 meters. In a flash, he caught up to the Demon King of Hell's head, and his thick and powerful hands grabbed one of the Demon King of Hell's horns. Open for me. SSSSS. Amidst the ear-piercing sound, the Demon King of Hell's howl came to an abrupt end. Its huge body was actually torn in half by Sima Xian, just like that. Bang! Both of Sima Xian's feet landed on the ground. Only then did he start to gasp for breath. However, the wild ferocity in his eyes did not weaken in the slightest. He stared intensely at the gates of hell in front of him that were gradually becoming illusory. The entire field was silent. From the start of the individual competition until now, the battle that truly shocked the entire holy city had finally appeared. The bald priest Sima Xian tore the Demon King of Hell apart with just the strength of his body. At this moment, the ferocious aura that he emitted made the veteran powerhouses of the 6 great temples involuntarily shudder. The dark summoner subconsciously took a few steps back and almost fell. Looking at Sima Xian's wild and barbaric gaze, his face turned pale. Even though the Demon King of Hell was the weakest among the 9 hells, it was still a 9-stage powerhouse. Yet, it was actually torn apart by this bald man before it could even use a decent skill. This was completely beyond the Dark Summoner's understanding of the world. How ferocious was his burly and majestic figure to tear the Demon King of Hell apart. Rank 9, he was a rank 9 powerhouse, but was he really a priest? Previously, although Yang Wenjiao had also won the competition, there was a certain element of trickery in his battles, which didn't allow more people to recognize the strength of the Glimmer of Light Demon Hunt Squad. But at this moment, Sima Xian's wild outburst made all the spectators have no choice but to take the Glimmer of Light Demon Hunt Squad seriously. In the contestants' area of the Temple of the Priests, Temple Master Ling Xiao, who led the team, had already stood up, his face full of excitement. Sima Xian was his disciple. Even though this guy had been missing for so long, he was indeed his disciple. Others could not believe that he was a priest. But Ling Xiao was very clear that this ferocious bald man was a member of the Temple of the Priests. In the past temple competitions, the Temple of the Priests had almost always participated as a spectator. When had it ever been so glorious? For the first time, Ling Xiao felt that a priest who did not know how to heal could also bring glory to the Temple of the Priests. It was also at this moment that he made up his mind to specially develop commandment priests in the Temple of the Priests, so that the Temple of the Priests would have the ability to protect themselves. The ferocious glint in Sima Xian's eyes gradually disappeared. He clasped his hands in front of his chest, bowed slightly to the Dark Summoner in the priest's etiquette, then turned around and walked out of the arena. There was no need for the opponent to admit defeat. Everyone knew the result. The Dark Summoner had not only lost, but even his confidence had taken a huge blow. He walked out of the entrance of the Knights Templars, put on his big cloak again, and returned to his team as if nothing had happened. When the light of choice descended from the sky again, the dazed spectators woke up with a start. The competition continued, but the entire arena seemed to be in an uproar. Voices of discussion rose one after another. At this moment, the name Light of Dawn also became the focus of the entire holy city. The 2 players who went out were both around 30 years old, but they had extremely valiant abilities, especially Sima Xian's valiance, which left too many people with a deep impression. On the Warrior Temple's VIP stage, Feng Lingair was currently covering her mouth with her small hands. There were still a few drops of tears hanging on her charming face. Even Endless Night, who was also a beauty, couldn't help but feel pity for her. Too handsome. He's simply perfect. Feng Lingair muttered. Endless Night unhappily said, I really don't know what's in your head. You're a gentle and quiet little girl, but you just have to like valiant men. That guy's so crude. Feng Lingair shook her head and said, he's not crude. Look at him, he's so manly. I originally thought he was quite valiant. I didn't think that after disappearing for so long, he'd come back and become even more perfect. No, I have to go find him. After saying this, she turned her head and was about to run off the VIP stage. Get back here. Endless Night grabbed her. Don't you have any modesty? Just now, you were cursing that bastard so enthusiastically. As soon as he shows off his muscles, you're going to act like a love-struck fool. That guy left for 4 years without any news at all. If he doesn't come to find you, it means that he doesn't have you in his heart. Even if he comes, this time you have to teach him a good lesson. Otherwise, in the future, won't you be bullied to death by him? You sit here obediently. You're not allowed to look at him, do you hear me? Feng Lingair pitifully sat back in her seat and said in a low voice, Big Sis Endless, there's no need to be like this. Look, he's become so strong now. These past few years, he must have suffered quite a bit. Don't you think he's very outstanding? A 30-year-old stage 9. Look, he's found a stock with potential. You can be happy all you want. Humph, what if he doesn't want you? Feng Air shook her head and said, that won't happen. He definitely wants to amaze everyone in the temple competition, so he didn't come to find me to avoid exposing his team strength. Seeing her full of confidence, Endless Night couldn't help but burst out laughing and said, You, what kind of little white flower are you? You're practically a little love-struck fool. I'm going to ignore you. Sima Xian's victory attracted a great deal of attention from the Sixth Great Temple, but the competition still had to continue. Very quickly, the audience's gazes were attracted by the brilliant and varied competition. Not long after Sima Xian went up, the Magic Temple's palace master Li Jingji was chosen to go up. His opponent was a warrior. Li Jingji only used a single spell and completed the process of subduing the opponent. He seemed to be very low-key, but it was very clear that his opponent wasn't strong enough and couldn't force him to use more of his abilities. Among the contestants from the Sixth Great Temple, almost half of them were at the 9th level. After the 9th level versus the 9th level began to appear, the competition became more and more exciting. There was even a match where a domain master appeared. In the 35th match of the competition, the light of choice shone on the light of dawn monster hunters for the 3rd time. This time, the light fell on the 5th person. It was a slender man. When he took off his cloak at the entrance, it revealed a face that was even younger than the previous 2 and a head of dark green hair. His appearance almost instantly caused a commotion on the side of the Magic Temple, because many magicians recognized his identity. On the side of the Knights Templars in the stands, a girl with long pink hair almost instantly clenched her fists. She was completely stunned, just like Feng Air before. She clenched her teeth, trying hard not to cry out loud. Li Jingji looked at Lin Qin, who was beside him, with a questioning look in his eyes. At this moment, Lin Qin also had a blank look on his face. Immediately after, his body trembled violently due to excitement. Li Jingji shifted his gaze. From Lin Chen's expression, he could tell that he didn't know that his grandson had come to the holy city. That excitement couldn't be faked. That's right, this man with long, dark green hair, a slender figure, and a handsome face that even looked a little feminine was the only magician in the light of dawn monster hunters, Lin Xan, who was known as Brother You Have Medicine. Lin Xan's opponent was a knight, so he walked into the arena together with this knight. Without waiting for the knight to speak, Lin Xan's figure flashed, and he actually dashed 100 meters forward as if he had teleported, widening the distance between him and the knight. The spectators were all powerhouses from the Sixth Great Temple, but they only saw a blue light flash behind Lin Xan, and then he accelerated and dashed 100 meters away. Since when did magicians have such speed? He wasn't even a wind magician. The knight was also shocked. However, he was here to participate in the competition, so he naturally wouldn't be so easily frightened. With a flash of golden light, a snow-white giant eagle with a tuft of golden feathers on its forehead appeared above his head. This giant eagle had a wingspan of at least 10 meters. As soon as it appeared, light elements gushed out like a tsunami, pouring into the knight's body below it. This knight's cultivation base was originally at the peak of the 8th level. With the help of the giant eagle in the sky, his aura instantly increased tremendously, and in the blink of an eye, he had climbed to the 9th level. However, Lin Xan didn't chant any incantations. Instead, he drew a line in the air with his right hand. Instantly, a blue ray of light about a meter long and only as thick as a thumb appeared out of thin air, shooting straight at the knight. Wherever the blue ray of light passed, there was no whistling sound. It merely turned into an arc as it flew forward. What was this? The knight had just received the boost from his radiant golden eagle, and his cultivation base had increased tremendously. He rushed towards Lin Xan, seeing that the unassuming blue ray of light was already shooting towards him. He raised his left hand, and an intense golden light instantly condensed into a large golden shield in his hand. At the same time, he stopped his feet and completed the divine defense. Blue ray? Could it be that his opponent was a water magician? This was the temple tournament. No matter how unassuming the opponent's attack seemed, he wouldn't be careless. As a guardian knight, it was most important to be steady and advance step by step. In a battle between a guardian knight and a magician, if the guardian knight could win in the end, it would usually be by exhausting the magician's mana. After all, the guardian knight wasn't good at speed, and his attack power was relatively weak. Against a magician who could fly with spiritual wings, he wouldn't have much of an advantage. Bang! The blue ray of light accurately hit the guardian knight's shield. To everyone's surprise, the seemingly light blue ray of light, which wasn't even as intimidating as a fireball, actually made a roar after colliding with the guardian knight's shield. The guardian knight was actually pushed back nearly 10 meters by the impact, and a blue light rose in front of the shield. Then, the holy shield formed by the Ling gang disappeared in the blue light, and the air around his body was obviously distorted. It wasn't water, it was fire. What kind of magic was this? The guardian knight's shield was broken when he used the divine defense to defend, and the scorching airflow consumed a lot of his spiritual power. It wasn't easy for him to offset the aftermath of the blue ray of light. Rank 9, he was a rank 9 magician. The guardian knight secretly complained in his heart. Although his cultivation had been promoted to the rank 9 through his mount partner, he wasn't a real rank 9. In the face of a rank 9 fire magician who was famous for his explosive power, he knew that his chances were very slim. At this time, Lin Xian's attack appeared again. Behind his left hand, his long dark green hair slowly fluttered behind his head. He raised his right hand again, and this time he drew 2 lines in the air. Suddenly, 2 blue rays flew out again. The guardian knight's face had already become very ugly. In a situation where he couldn't use any equipment, he could only rely on his spiritual power to transform his shield. Coupled with the divine defense, this was basically his strongest defense. However, the blue ray of light just now had broken his defense. This time, there were 2 rays, so it would definitely be more difficult to resist. With a loud shout, the guardian knight suddenly took a step forward and made a bowing posture. At the same time, his whole body rose up and instantly turned into a holy light. His hands crossed in the air, and in the sudden collision, an even thicker shield than before appeared. The white-hot flame turned into a heavy shield, blocking in front of him. It was still the divine defense. Right now, his only hope was that Lin Xian's seemingly instantaneous magic consumed a lot of magic, and he could hold on until his opponent's magic ran out. The 2 blue rays hit the guardian knight one after the other. After the guardian knight took another step forward, 2 blue rays exploded in front of him. The shield built with the foundation of holy light and the Ling gang was broken again. The scorching blue flames had already touched his body, and a large amount of spiritual power kept bursting out of his body, using all his strength to dissolve the scorching blue rays. A real rank 9 powerhouse was actually this strong? Compared to before, this match looked a lot more ordinary. There were no dazzling magic spells, no powerful skills, and no wild and arrogant like Sima Xian. But a real powerhouse could see many things from it. The simple blue rays were not simple at all. Li Jingji looked at Lin Xian, his eyes full of surprise. He murmured, condensing spiritual power into gang, condensing gang into lines. This is beyond the scope of magic. It seems simple, but in fact, it is extremely difficult to control spiritual power. Lin Xian, this child, has such a deep understanding of fire? Lin Qin was even more shocked than Li Jingji. Was this still his grandson? He knew that he could not have done what he did just now. After the end of the Sacred War, Lin Chen's cultivation finally broke through the bottleneck of many years and successfully broke through to the rank 9. But he also knew that he could not control fire so well. Moreover, the flames of Lin Xian's heart of flame were much stronger than the flames controlled by ordinary magicians. How could he not be excited that his grandson, who had been missing for more than 4 years, had returned so strong? And just at this time, Lin Xian's next move shocked everyone present. His left foot took half a step to the left, and his expression became serious. His eyes shone with sincerity. He raised his right hand, and this time he only used his index finger to draw in the air. Rays of blue light appeared in the air, just like that. Compared to the previous two rays, the current ray seemed to be shorter, but they did not fly towards the guardian knight immediately. Instead, they stopped in front of Lin Xian. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian had drawn more than 20 blue rays of light in a flamboyant manner. Seeing this, the opposing guardian knight was already completely lifeless. 2 blue rays were enough to make him tired, and there were so many at once. Wasn't this asking for his life? Luckily, there was a clear rule in the temple tournament that one was not allowed to kill or injure one's opponent. Otherwise, he might have been so scared that he ran away. The 20 rays of light intertwined in the air and actually formed 2 big blue words. XR. Chapter 241. Xian Air. As soon as these 2 words came out, Lin Xian, who was on the viewing platform, burst into tears. He was back. Even though he didn't come to find her immediately, he still remembered her. Immediately after, Lin Xian simultaneously raised both of his hands, using the extremely frightening blue rays of light to surround the 2 words Xian, forming a heart shape. This little bastard. Lin Chen's eyes couldn't help but turn red. For the first time, he felt that his grandson's playfulness wasn't so hateful. The guardian knight's facial muscles twitched. His opponent actually confessed to his lover in the temple tournament. This was like a slap to his face. He couldn't bear this humiliation anymore. The guardian knight turned around and left. Was there a need to continue the tournament? He would definitely lose. The 2 words Xian, were probably even more terrifying than a normal fire-type forbidden spell. Lin Xian raised his head, his eyes blurred as he stared at the outline of his heart. Suddenly, he let out a resonant phoenix cry towards the sky. Instantly, the blue light in the air converged towards his chest like rivers flowing into the sea, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, the blue light behind his back flashed once more, and he also left the arena. Picking up his cloak, he returned to the side of his companions. This was a tournament. The people on the viewing platform couldn't come into contact with the contestants. Lin Xian sat there, covering her face and crying bitterly. He's back. He's finally back. He didn't forget me. Seeing this scene, even the chief referee, Qin Zidian, had a strange expression on his face. He thought to himself, these youngsters are getting more and more daring. However, Lin Xian's actions couldn't be considered as breaking the rules of the tournament. Before he wrote those 2 words, he had already proved to everyone that the power of that blue ray was not simple. A powerhouse of the 9th step, the most important thing was to find the path they needed to walk in the future. Without a doubt, Lin Xian had found a path that belonged to him. He had broken away from the restrictions of traditional incantations, blazing a new path that belonged to him. Perhaps in terms of attack area, he was a bit inferior, but in terms of attack power, he was definitely a peak existence among fire mages. More importantly, using this kind of instantaneous method to fight, his survivability on the battlefield would definitely be extremely high, and he wouldn't need the assistance of other professions. Among the Light of Dawn monster hunters, 3 out of the 10 had fought. Not only had they won, they had also displayed their powerful abilities, especially Sima Xian and Lin Xian. They had left a deep impression on everyone. The light of choice appeared again. What was unexpected was that, following the previous round, one of the 2 light of choice shone on the Light of Dawn monster hunters again, while the other shone on the Soul Temple. Seeing the person who was shown on in the Soul Temple, many people couldn't help but gasp. It was actually the Soul Temple's deputy temple master, Sanshui, Grandma. Although the Sacred War had caused great losses to the Sanctuary Alliance, it had also promoted the birth of experts. Sanshui Grandma, like Lin Qin, had broken through after the Sacred War through her own hard work. Her cultivation had also risen to the 9th order, and her abilities had increased greatly. Moreover, she was the wife of the Soul Temple's temple master, Chen Hongbo. It could be said that she had an important position in the Soul Temple. The Light of Dawn monster hunters had actually encountered such an opponent. This time, no one was optimistic about their chances. After all, this was the first time they had encountered a 9th order expert. When the Light of Dawn contestants took off their cloaks and walked into the arena, it caused an uproar. This was too young. What kind of monsters were the bright glimmer of Dawn Demon Hunt squad? Could it be that they had some kind of technique to maintain their youthful looks? Why were they all so young? Channing walked into the arena with her long hair fluttering in the wind and a strange smile on her charming face. When Sanshue Grandma saw her, her expression was somewhat helpless, but she wasn't excited. Obviously, just like how Kai had returned to the Assassin's Temple before, Channing had already met her grandfather and grandmother before the start of the temple competition. After Channing walked into the arena, she didn't chant an incantation. She just looked at her grandmother pitifully. Her expression seemed to be saying, "Do as you see fit, don't hit me too hard." Sanshue Grandma sighed softly, looking at her with eyes full of affection. She helplessly shook her head and said, "I admit defeat." After saying these 3 words, she immediately turned around and walked out of the arena. Channing stuck out her tongue, but still had a smile on her face as she bounced out of the arena. What? Sanshue Grandma admitted defeat? The majority of people thought that there was something wrong with their ears. Facing such a young girl, Sanshue Grandma, who was a Soul Temple Deputy Temple Master and a rank 9 Spirit Shaman, actually admitted defeat? It should be known that this was the elimination round. As long as she lost 1 round, then she wouldn't have the opportunity to participate in the first round of the temple competition. Li Jingji frowned. He seemed to want to say something, but in the end he held back. With his understanding of the Light of Dawn monster hunters, he naturally knew the relationship between Channing and Sanshue Grandma. The situation of directly admitting defeat in the temple competition was extremely rare, but it wasn't absolutely non-existent. For example, in the last temple competition, there were 2 demon hunters who represented their respective temple to participate in the competition. After meeting each other, one of them took the initiative to admit defeat. No matter what, there were no rules that prohibited one from admitting defeat. Thus, although Sanshue Grandma's action caused an uproar, no one could stop her. What was strange was that the Soul Temple's competitors were unexpectedly calm. No one discussed Sanshue Grandma's action of admitting defeat. Seeing this scene, Li Jingji suddenly felt uneasy in his heart. The Soul Temple's calmness seemed to mean something. Although the relationship between the Soul Temple and the Magic Temple wasn't as close as the relationship between the Assassin Temple and the Knights Templars, all along, the Soul Temple was also considered as the Magic Temple supporter. It was just that the atmosphere of cooperation between the two was a bit stronger. After the Holy War ended, the Soul Temple and the Magic Temple had the least losses, so the speed at which they grew stronger was also the fastest. The competition continued. Every match of the temple tournament didn't last too long. First of all, because it wasn't a life-and-death battle and the contestants were either at level 9 or level 8, it was very easy to cause a gap in strength. Therefore, the progress of the competition was relatively fast. After a morning, more than 40 matches had taken place. At this rate, the first round of the competition would be over by the evening. Among the 5 participating monster hunters from the Light of Dawn and the Temple, the Light of Dawn was the only one who had maintained a complete victory so far. They had sent out 5 contestants: Yang Wenjiao, Sima Xian, Lin Xian, Chening, and Duan Yi, who had combined perfectly with his mammoth mount and reached the peak of level 8, had all won the competition. Among the 5 people who participated in the battle, only Duan Yi's situation was more difficult. He had to fight an intense battle with a magician for close to 15 minutes before he managed to win by relying on his powerful defense and foundation. The other 4 had won rather easily. There was no lunchtime in the temple tournament. Powerhouses who could participate in the competition wouldn't mind not eating for 10 days or half a month. Therefore, the competition continued. In the 48th match, the 6th contestant from the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters appeared. This time, the light of choice shone on the member of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters, who stood first on the left. The moment the light of choice solidified, the gazes of the upper echelons of the 6 sacred temples all focused on it. Everyone knew that the one standing at the head of the demon hunt squads was their captain. And wasn't the captain of the bright glimmer of light demon hunt squad Long Houchin? Yes, after more than 4 years, Long Houchin was finally going to appear again. Long Houchin was extremely unlucky because the other light of choice had chosen Qiu Yonghao, the temple master of the warrior temple, who was also the number 1 powerhouse in the warrior temple. When Qiu Yonghao saw the light of choice landing on him, he was slightly stunned. Long Houchin, am I really going to fight him like this? In a flash, Qiu Yonghao had already entered the arena. On the other side, Long Houchin, who had taken off his big cloak, appeared in everyone's sight once again. He didn't walk into the arena immediately. Instead, he turned around and gave a knight's salute to the contestants of the Knights Templars and his grandfather, Long Tianin, before walking into the arena. Dressed in a simple white outfit, he had a head of long golden hair, a pair of clear eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything, an extremely handsome face, and a temperament that was as steady as a mountain. No matter how one looked at him, he looked like he was in his 20s. However, the pure and amiable temperament he exuded made everyone forget his age. Looking at him, one would subconsciously feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. There were no spiritual fluctuations, but he would immediately become the center of attention. Even the temple master of the warrior temple, Qiu Yonghao, was not as eye-catching as him. Among the Knights Templars, except for Long Tianin, all the knight on a golden pedestal stood up and returned the salute to Long Houchin. No matter how long he had been missing, before the announcement of the removal of the Knights Templars, he was still the Holy Knight of the Knights Templars. In other words, he was the commander of all the knight on a golden pedestal and the Mithril Foundation Knight. Not only did the Knights Templars recognize Long Houchin, but many people from the Assassin Temple, the Temple of the Priests, the Warrior Temple, and the Magic Temple also recognized him. During the Holy War, although Long Houchin did not appear for a long time, he left a deep impression on the Assassin Temple, the Warrior Temple, and the Magic Temple. During the bloody battle at the Southtown Pass, he was even the hero who saved the Southtown from the fire and water. History would not forget these things. Even after such a long time, they could still recognize Long Houchin's handsome face. The glimmer of light of dawn was his monster hunters. This was the common thought in the hearts of those who were not familiar with Long Houchin but had seen him before. As for the higher-ups of the temple, who truly knew the meaning of Long Houchin's existence, they all had different thoughts at this moment. It was this young man who defeated the demon god pillar for the first time. It was also him who triggered the holy war between the demons and humans that lasted for 2 years. Now he was back. He brought his monster hunters back to participate in this temple tournament. What was he going to do? Why didn't he represent the Knights Templars? Why did he choose to participate as the monster hunters instead? Looking at the young man in front of him, Qiu Yonghao felt different from the others. When he first met Long Houchin had left a sword will for the warrior temple. It was also because of that sword will that Qiu Yonghao, who had personally witnessed the power of the sword god of light, Yi Wuxiang, had improved tremendously. After that, every time Long Houchin appeared, he felt as if it was a miracle. After being missing for so long, he had finally returned. At this moment, Qiu Yonghao could not help but recall the words Wang Yuan told him a few days ago. It's been a long time, Houchin. Qiu Yonghao smiled, staring at Long Houchin with a burning gaze. A smile also appeared on Long Houchen's face as he said, "That's right, Palace Leader Chiu. It has been almost 5 years since we last met. I never thought that we would meet again under such circumstances." Chiu Yonghao said, "Houchen, I won't hold back. Let me see how much you've improved in these 5 years." Long Houchen nodded slightly and said, "Please enlighten me." When Chiu Yonghao spoke to Long Houchen, he had already made a decision in his heart. As the temple master of the warrior temple, the first thing he thought about was how influential Long Houchen was, and what he would bring to the alliance in the future. In the end, he found that there were at least 2 of the 6 great temples standing behind Long Houchen, the Knights Templars and the Temple of Assassins. Moreover, he also clearly knew the relationship between Channing and Chen Hongbo. Sanshui Popo had already admitted defeat. This meant that the Temple of Summoning would not target them. It was most likely that they would remain neutral. The Temple of the Priests did not have much influence in the alliance. In this way, Long Houchen would most likely receive the support of more than half of the alliance's power. After all, he had an extremely special identity. He was the son of Light of the Knights Templars, the next successor of the Temple Master. Even Wang Yuanyuan had reached the 9th rank. So, what level would his cultivation reach? If he could use his own strength to prove his strength to everyone, then in the future, he would have a decisive position in the new alliance. Therefore, Chiu Yonghao understood that whether Long Houchen could move the entire alliance, the most important thing was still strength. It depended on whether he had a cultivation that was superior to others, and whether he had the support of the neutral faction. Therefore, in that instant, Chiu Yonghao decided that if Long Houchen could defeat him, then no matter what he participated in this temple tournament, the warrior temple would choose to remain neutral at the very least. Long Houchen took a step forward with his left foot and punched forward with his right fist. He did not summon his mount. However, Chiu Yonghao did not think that Long Houchen was not strong enough without a mount. The distance between the 2 of them was close to 200 meters. As soon as Long Houchen punched, he felt that the air in the entire trial field seemed to have been sucked out, and a warm pressure was already upon him. Chiu Yonghao was also a strong person who had been through hundreds of battles. He felt the danger at the first moment. Even though the warm pressure did not seem to be very oppressive, he had a feeling that if he did not handle it well, there was a possibility that he would lose the battle. Similarly, he punched with his right fist. Chiu Yonghao's eyes turned golden. Behind him, a huge golden sword appeared out of thin air, shooting up into the sky. The sharp sword will immediately filled the entire field with a murderous aura. Long Houchen punched with his fist, while Chiu Yonghao punched with his sword will. The spiritual energies of both sides were invisible, but the moment they collided, the barrier of the entire great trial grounds violently trembled. The 7-colored light that burst forth from the barrier suddenly grew stronger. It was clear that it was under a great amount of pressure. In the next instant, everyone saw that Long Houchen had already arrived in front of Chiu Yonghao, and he attacked the warrior temple lord with another punch. Chiu Yonghao's expression was solemn. He did not know if he had gained the upper hand or suffered the loss from the first collision. Facing Long Houchen's attack, he raised his hands and blocked it. The strength of both sides had already reached the level of returning to one's natural state. An even stronger spiritual energy was stored in their bodies. At this moment, it seemed like a physical collision, but everyone knew that this kind of battle was the most dangerous. Once the spiritual energy exploded, it would have the power of a landslide and a tsunami. Bang! Chiu Yonghao's arms blocked Long Houchen's punch. Both of their bodies froze in the air for a moment. Immediately after, the spectators saw a flash of golden light in front of Long Houchen's chest. At that moment, everyone felt that Long Houchen's body seemed to have expanded. In the next moment, Chiu Yonghao, who had just blocked Long Houchen's attack, was actually sent flying and slammed into the shield of the trial field, sending the warrior temple lord flying with a punch. Seeing this scene, Even Li Jingji stood up from his seat abruptly. He and Qiu Yonghao were old friends. Naturally, he was well aware of Qiu Yonghao's cultivation. All these years, Qiu Yonghao had been cultivating hard in pursuit of a breakthrough. His cultivation had finally broken through to the second level of the 9th rank. His internal spiritual energy had already reached more than 260,000. In the entire Temple League, he was one of the strongest. He was also the strongest in the warrior temple and was known as the strongest god of war. However, at the moment when they exchanged blows, he was actually sent flying by Long Haochen's punch. What did this mean? It meant that Long Haochen's spiritual energy was stronger than his. Without the enhancement of equipment, at the 9th rank, if he wanted to send his opponent flying without using any skills, the gap between the two of them would probably be more than 50,000. However, how was this possible? More than 4 years ago, Long Haochen's spiritual energy was only 30,000 to 40,000. In just a little more than 4 years, could he have actually reached the 3rd level of the 9th rank? For the first time, Li Jingji felt a huge threat from Long Haochen. Not only did he return, but his strength was also far stronger than he had expected. The purpose of the Light of Dawn monster hunters was probably not just to hone their strength through the temple tournament. Qiu Yonghao hit the shield and his body instantly bounced back. The huge golden light soared behind him that was dozens of meters long also slashed out. It turned into a huge golden light in the air and directly slashed at Long Haochen. This was not a weapon, but a pure sword will. It was also Qiu Yonghao's domain. In order to pursue the true essence of sword intent, Qiu Yonghao comprehended the domain of sword intent. His sword intent domain was comparable to a god artifact. Once it was unleashed, it would be able to split the heavens and earth. Facing the huge golden sword, Long Haochen stood firmly. Behind him, an intense golden light suddenly shone, and 6 huge golden wings suddenly stretched out. Then a monstrous sword will suddenly burst out from his body. Pointing his right hand to the sky, Long Haochen's eyes suddenly turned incandescent. Then an incandescent sword light burst out from his body and turned into a white light, soaring into the sky. Compared to Qiu Yonghao's sword intent domain, this sword gleam was much smaller. It was the size of a normal heavy sword, and the incandescent halo spread out. However, the moment it appeared, Qiu Yonghao, who had unleashed his sword intent domain, shuddered violently. Ding! A crisp sound was heard. Long Haochen's body swayed slightly and he took 2 steps back. However, the golden light that surged in his chest earlier flashed again, and he immediately steadied his steps. Following that crisp sound, Qiu Yonghao's oblique intent domain stopped moving in the air, blocked by the white light sword. The white light sword was buzzing slightly, and it was slowly pressed down by the huge golden sword. It seemed to be unable to bear the burden. When everyone saw this, they would think that Qiu Yonghao had regained the upper hand. However, only he knew that the sword will released by Long Haochen was different from his own. His sword will was completely the sword will. It was a combination of divine will and sword will. Although Long Haochen's sword will did not seem as powerful as his sword will domain, the white sword intent contained spiritual waves. In other words, this sword will contained a part of Long Haochen's soul. Qiu Yonghao clearly remembered that when he was still a servant of the sword god of light, Yi Wushang, the night before he challenged the demon emperor, Yi Wushang had told him that he had finally comprehended a trace of the sword soul. At this moment, what Long Haochen had displayed was the sword soul, an existence that surpassed the level of sword will. A faint smile appeared on Long Haochen's face. He looked at Qiu Yonghao and said, "Congratulations, Hall Lord Qiu, for making such a great progress in your cultivation. The attacking power of your sword intent domain is extremely strong and unique. If there comes a day when you can understand the profoundness of your soul as a sword, then your achievements will surpass Senior Yi Wushang back then. I'll have to use my domain as well. Otherwise, I won't be able to block your attacks. After so many rounds of the temple tournament, Long Haochin was the first person to speak during the competition. However, Qiu Yonghao was not annoyed by his words. Instead, he had a slight sense of comprehension. He looked at the sword soul, which was gradually being suppressed and was approaching the top of Long Haochin's head. He could feel that Long Haochin's sword soul was only in its embryonic form. However, he had indeed reached that level. Sword soul, sword soul. How could he transform his soul into a sword? Long Haochin raised his right hand and grasped the white sword soul, which had already been suppressed, to the top of his head. The 6 golden spiritual wings on his back slowly spread open. A pleasant voice suddenly rang out from his body. It was like pearls and jade, or like the sound of a morning bell and evening drum. In that instant, Long Haochin's body seemed to have disappeared. The entire great trial field was filled with a golden color. Even the sword soul in his hand was the same. Fortunately, this golden color was transparent, so the spectators could continue to see what was going on inside. Light deprivation. Long Haochin looked at Qiu Yonghao and softly said these 4 words in a somewhat strange tone. In the next instant, Qiu Yonghao's body suddenly froze for a moment. Then, layers of intense golden halos swarmed out from his body, rapidly merging into the surrounding golden space. His sword intent domain was also weakening at an alarming rate. The sword soul in Long Haochin's hand pointed forward. He still maintained his original posture, but countless sparkling and translucent golden lights were refracted from his body. They turned into golden threads in the air, circled, and finally fused with the 6 wings on his back, making the 6 wings look even more 3-dimensional and dazzling. At his chest, the golden light that had flashed twice before was now flashing at a slow but stable frequency. This is my domain, and its name is Light. In my domain, I am the God of Light. You are the first person to enter my light domain. I'm sorry, but your spiritual power is not as good as mine. Therefore, in the light domain, all light attribute experts whose spiritual power is not as good as mine will be deprived of the power of light by me. As the golden light retracted, Long Haochin remained standing there quietly. From the looks of it, he did not look any different from before. The golden light on his body slowly dissipated, along with the 6 gigantic spiritual wings on his back and the long sword in his hand. In front of him, Qiu Yonghao had already slumped onto the ground. Looking at Long Haochin, Qiu Yonghao was filled with hatred and horror. After meeting Wang Yuan, Qiu Yonghao had guessed Long Haochin's strength many times, but he never thought that Long Haochin's cultivation had reached such a level. Not only was his spiritual power stronger than his, but his domain was even more terrifying. How could the power of a domain reach such a level? Within his domain, all his spiritual power was drained and integrated into his domain. He even lost the ability to resist. In his domain, he was the God of Light. What level of domain was this? In human history, there had never been a similar domain. His domain was obviously not only able to restrain all light attribute experts, but it must have a more powerful ability. On the VIP platform of the Knights Templars, Chun Zidian had already stood up. Looking at Long Haochin in the arena, Chun Zidian smiled and said, "Little guy, I didn't expect you to make my hands itch. I really want to see what effect your light domain can play against me." Qiu Yonghao lost? The temple master of the warrior temple, the strongest god of war. Qiu Yonghao lost just like that? That extremely handsome young man released his domain and then defeated the temple master of the warrior temple. What kind of strength did he need to achieve this? Long Tianin also stood up and looked at Long Haochin with shock in his eyes. Was this still a domain? It could deprive the existence of an element. In this domain, all light attribute experts were helpless. This seemed to have surpassed the existence of a domain. Even if he was the son of light and a favored one, he shouldn't have the ability to control light like this. This seemed to be something that only the real goddess of light could do. However, Gods were originally illusory existences that were scattered in every corner of the world. That's right, if Long Houchin was just a favored one, he couldn't have such a domain. However, he was not just a favored one. His physique had evolved again after fusing with the Son of Light bloodline of the holy warlock of necromancy and calamity, Electrolux. After more than 4 years of closed-door training, he and his companions had made a qualitative leap, and he had made the biggest leap. Long Houchin's innate internal spiritual energy had broken through the limit and exceeded 120. Therefore, he no longer had the physique of the Son of Light, but the physique of the God of Light. In other words, in a sense, in the world of the light element, he was a demigod. In terms of level, he had now been promoted to the demigod level like the Demon Emperor, but his cultivation was far from that. What the holy warlock of necromancy Electrolux had left him was a miracle that belonged to the light element. Long Houchin slowly walked forward and helped Qiao Yonghao up from the ground. At this time, Qiao Yonghao could already feel his spiritual energy slowly recovering by absorbing the light element from the outside world. But the shock in his heart still hadn't disappeared. Long Houchin smiled and said, "About the Sword Soul, if Temple Master Qiao is interested, we can find a time to talk about it." Yin Yonghao smiled bitterly and said, "So what if you have the Sword Soul? Your domain, it should be called the God of Light domain. I don't know how you did it, but in your domain, I can feel that you are the ruler of light." Long Houchin laughed and said, "Actually, it's not as powerful as you think it is. Although my situation is special, having a domain like this is a double-edged sword. It consumes 10 times more spiritual energy than a normal domain. Maintaining it for 1 second costs me 10,000 spiritual energy points." Qiao Yonghao didn't expect Long Houchin to be so frank. He nodded and said, "After the temple tournament, let's talk." After that, he turned around and walked out of the arena. The smile on Long Houchin's face didn't change, but he was slightly disappointed. From Qiao Yonghao's words, he could tell that Qiao Yonghao didn't want to have any more contact with him, at least during the temple tournament. In a flash, Long Houchin left the arena. He picked up his robe and once again bowed to the Knights Templars with a knight's salute, then slowly walked back to the light of dawn monster hunters. This time, even Long Tianyin and the other Knights Templars returned the salute. Even as an elder, Long Tianyin was impressed by his grandson's strength. The battle between Long Houchin and Qiao Yonghao didn't last long, but anyone could see that Long Houchin's ability completely restrained Qiao Yonghao's. Whether it was in terms of sword essence or attributes, he had too much of a restriction on Qiao Yonghao. The difference between them shouldn't be that big, but Long Houchin used his attributes and domain to easily win this battle. Li Jingji's gaze had already calmed down. He returned to his seat, closed his eyes, and seemed to be thinking silently. Tan Wan, who was also among the contestants, was staring blankly. Her body was even trembling slightly. At this moment, even she couldn't tell what she was feeling. He was actually so powerful that he already had the ability to defeat a temple master. Among the temple masters of the 6 major temples, Qiao Yonghao definitely wasn't the weakest in terms of cultivation. Even the leader of the Knights Templars, Long Tianyin, might not be able to defeat Qiao Yonghao without using the Throne of God. However, Long Houchin won just like that. Domain? What kind of domain does he have? He's not even 30 years old yet, but he already has his own domain. Could it be that he was really sent by the heavens to lead humans to defeat the demons? Even as Li Jingji's disciple, Tan Wan's faith was slightly shaken at this moment. Naturally, she wasn't the only one who was shocked by this battle. There were too many people who had the same thought. A young man who was not even 30 years old already had a domain, and he was so powerful that even the temple master of the warrior temple couldn't contend against him. Such a genius had never appeared in the history of the Temple League. The sun of reincarnation and the radiant sword god seemed to be overshadowed by him. Perhaps in the near future he would really have the ability to challenge the Demon Emperor? In an instant, some of the neutral higher-ups of the Temple League looked at the light of dawn monster hunters with fervent gazes. No one would think that the light of dawn monster hunters were only participating in this temple tournament to increase their battle experience. The tournament continued. In the following matches, there were still many highlights. However, there were no clashes between domains like the one between Long Haochen and Qiu Yonghao. After all, there were too few people who had domains. When the 95th match ended, it was already late at night. At the same time, it was time to announce the results of the tournament. Chun Zidian's authoritative voice reverberated in the great trial field. On the first day of the temple tournament, the first round of the individual competition has ended. The results are as follows. Knights Templars, 24 qualified, Magic Temple, 21, Soul Temple, 16, Assassin Temple, 14, Light of Dawn Monster Hunters, 10, Warrior Temple, 10. At the end of the first round, the points obtained are the same as the number of people who qualified. The results of the tournament were similar to what many people had predicted. The only variable was the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters. Although the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters and Warrior Temple were at the bottom, their brilliance outshone all the other 5 participating temple tournaments. 10 contestants, 10 wins, a 100% win rate. How glorious was this result? One had to know that the other temple tournaments had won based on 36 contestants. Even the strongest Knights Templars only had a 2/3 win rate. The 5 participating temple tournaments had paid close attention to the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters. They were shocked to discover that among the 10 contestants, 8 were at the Type 9 realm, while the other 2 were at the peak of the Type 8 realm. Among the 10, there were 5 young Knight Templars, led by Long Haochen. There were also Han Yu, Zhang Fangfang, Yang Wenjiao, and Duan Yi. Chapter 242. There was no doubt that the 5 of them were the best of the younger generation of Knights Templars. Their appearance had changed the mentality of those who were inclined to join the Magic Temple. With their return, no one dared to say that the Knights Templars didn't have a younger generation. Among the 5 young Knight Templars, there were 3 rank 9 and 2 rank 8. One of them had a domain and defeated the Temple Master of the Warrior Temple. If they had represented the Knights Templars in today's battle, what would be the success rate of the Knights Templars? Without a doubt, among the 5 of them, there would definitely be someone who would be known as the new Knight of the Seal. For the Knights Templars, as long as there was a Knight of the Seal leading them, their advantage would always exist. Sima Xian's arrogance shocked many people. However, what really shocked everyone was Long Haochen's victory over Qiu Yonghao. The names of Light of Dawn and Long Haochen were deeply imprinted in the hearts of the higher-ups of the Temple League. Even the commoners who weren't strong could see Long Haochen's strength. After all, he had defeated the Temple Master of the Warrior Temple. Late at night, outside the Sanctuary Alliance's great trial ground, many spectators fell asleep on the ground. In order to maintain their current position the next day, they even brought a lot of dry food and water. The first match of the temple tournament had already brought them countless surprises. Compared to the previous temple tournament, this tournament was much more exciting, especially the appearance of the young powerhouses. The young people in the sacred city were even more excited. The name of Light of Dawn was spread all over the streets and alleys. With the sacred city as the center, it spread to the entire alliance. Walking out of the Sanctuary Alliance's great trial ground slowly, Long Haochen and his companions headed straight to the headquarters of the Temple League. After a day of competition, they could no longer stay in a hotel like before. Otherwise, they would definitely not be able to rest peacefully. So, their resting place was changed to Knights Templars. Long Tianin walked out of the great trial field of the Covenant Alliance with a smile. Before he led the Adamantine Knight back to the headquarters of the Covenant Alliance, many people hurried over. Among them, the fastest was Lin Xan. Before she could get close, she was stopped by a knight on a golden pedestal. However, she was a mithril pedestal knight. Most of the night on a golden pedestal knew her. Lin Xin had also participated in the internal selection of the Knights Templars to participate in the temple tournament. Without waiting for Lin Xin to speak, Long Tianyin nodded to her and said, "Follow me. We want to go too." Two clear voices were heard. It was Feng Ling, and Endless Night. Even though Endless Night tried to stop them, he couldn't change Feng Ling's mind. After the competition ended, Long Haochen and the others left. They had 5 knights in their team. Naturally, the possibility of them going to the headquarters of the Knights Templars was the highest. Long Tianyin smiled and said, "It's the 2 of you. Then come along." As soon as he finished speaking, he subconsciously raised his head. In midair, a pair of huge fiery red spiritual wings were folded. A figure had already landed in front of him. It was the Magic Temple's Deputy Temple Master, Lin Qin. "Brother Long." Lin Qin bowed to Long Tianyin in a wizard's manner. Long Tianyin chuckled and said, "Why? Brother Lin, are you going back with me?" Lin Chen's expression was a little anxious, but there was even more excitement. However, he still shook his head and said telepathically, "Tell that brat to come and see me later." Long Tianyin chuckled and said, "All right, those brats have indeed disappeared for too long. I didn't think that they would be able to amaze the world today." The wrinkles on Lin Chen's face twitched. In his heart, he thought, how could you not know that they had returned? When your grandson appeared, you were very calm and kept me in the dark. That brat. I'll take care of him later. After all, the Magic Temple and the Knights Templars were competitors. He couldn't stay here for too long, so he said, "Thank you, Brother Long." After saying this, he revealed a kind smile to Lin Xin and said, "Xener, don't give me any face. Take care of him." After saying this, he bowed to Long Tianyin again and turned to leave. Lin Xin, Feng Ling, and Yi Weiyang followed Long Tianyin back to the Sanctuary Alliance headquarters. Long Tianyin asked the knight on a golden pedestal to disperse first. Then he said to the 3 of them, "Follow me." Just as they walked into the Knights Templars' area in the Sanctuary Alliance headquarters, a gentle voice with some excitement was heard. "Sister." Long Haochen, who had taken off his cloak, was standing there. He seemed to have expected everything. Behind him stood Lin Xin and Sima Xian. Long Haochen. Hearing Long Haochen call her sister, Lin Xin could no longer suppress her emotions. She quickly took a few steps forward and hugged Long Haochen tightly. Long Haochen had always treated Lin Xin as his own sister. The 2 of them hugged each other tightly. Lin Xin instantly burst into tears. Feng Ling, and Yi Weiyang, who were following behind, couldn't help but have their eyes turn red from the excitement of this reunion. Sima Xian looked at Feng Ling. His gaze was a little sluggish. His majestic body was even trembling slightly. However, he just couldn't take a step forward. He couldn't even say a single word. His mouth was open and his lips were buzzing. Feng Ling bit her lower lip and stared at him in a daze. She practically squeezed out a few words from the gaps of her teeth. "Sima Xian, here." Sima Xian immediately stood at attention. He seemed to have reacted as well. Then he rushed towards Feng Ling, with large strides. "Stop right there." Feng Ling suddenly shouted. She raised her right hand and pointed at Sima Xian. Her delicate body trembled even more violently. However, Sima Xian hurriedly stopped and said gently, "Ling, I want to hug you too. Is that okay?" "You bastard." Feng Ling shouted once again. Sima Xian scratched his head and said with a bitter expression, "I am a bastard. It's all my fault. I was wrong." Feng Ling's expression suddenly became calm. She looked at Sima Xian, who was already 3 meters away from her. She said coldly, "Sima Xian, I came here today to tell you that we're over. I already have a man. Although you've scrammed back, don't harass me in the future. I've made a clean break with you. There's no longer any connection between us." After saying this, she pulled Yi Weiyang and turned to leave. However, just as she turned around, tears flowed down her cheeks. In these past few years, she didn't know how many times she had woken up from nightmares, especially after the Crimson Dragon armor had been broken. She didn't know how many times she had shed tears for him. The pain of waiting was always the most torturous. She had too many grievances in her heart. Before coming here, her heart was only filled with joy and excitement for his return. However, now that she was in front of him, she could no longer suppress the grievances in her heart. It was as if a geyser had erupted. Sima Xian was stunned. He looked at Feng Ling, who was walking away and didn't know what to do for a moment. Lin Xan kicked his butt from behind and said, "Idiot, why aren't you chasing after her? What are you standing there for? Are you really going to let her go? All right, good kick." Sima Xian immediately came to his senses. His figure flashed, and he chased after Feng Ling, and Yi Weiyang. He was already a 9th stage powerhouse now. With his speed, he caught up to Feng Ling, in a few steps. He grabbed her shoulder and said something stupid. "I won't let you go." Feng Ling turned her head and glared at him fiercely. "I've already said that I'm cutting all ties with you. Are you going to force me?" Seeing her red eyes from crying, Sima Xian felt a sharp pain in his heart. He fiercely pulled her into his embrace and hugged her tightly. "Even if you force me, I won't let you go. I don't care if you have a man or not. If you have a man, I'll kill him and snatch you back to be my wife. If you have a child, he'll be my child. I'll kill his father and raise him as my own son. Are you even human?" Feng Ling didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She gritted her teeth and clawed at his body. However, Sima Xian hugged her tightly and wouldn't let go no matter what. On the side, when Yi Weiyang heard Sima Xian's domineering confession, the muscles on her face twitched and she almost laughed out loud. What kind of logic was that? If she married someone, she would kill their man and steal their son as her own. What kind of bastard logic was that? Perhaps only Sima Xian would say something like that. However, Feng Ling really liked this. What she liked the most was Sima Xian's toughness. Under his broad embrace and strong arms, her resistance gradually weakened. In the end, she was like Lin Xan, crying loudly in Sima Xian's embrace. She cried until Sima Xian didn't know what to do, but he didn't dare let go of her. He could only use clumsy words to comfort her. On the other side, Lin Xan had already moved to Long Haochen's side. He raised his hand and touched Long Haochen, saying in a low voice, "Boss, this is my wife. Shouldn't you let me hug her too?" Hearing his voice, Lin Xan fiercely raised her head from Long Haochen's embrace and angrily said, "Who's your wife? You still know to come back? After all these years, there wasn't even a bit of news from you. I already thought you were dead." Compared to Feng Ling, who was tough on the outside but soft on the inside, Lin Xan was definitely tough on the outside but hard on the inside. Although Lin Xan's return made her extremely surprised and excited, it wasn't that easy for her to forgive Lin Xan. Long Haochen let go of Lin Xan and said softly, "Sister, don't blame Lin Xan. We lost contact for so long because of me. It was my mistake. It almost caused the entire team to be destroyed by the demons. Later, we entered a state of deep meditation under special circumstances. When we woke up, it was already 4 years later. So, it's not that Lin Xan didn't want to contact us. It's just that we didn't have the chance to contact each other." Lin Xan was stunned for a moment. Her eyes softened a little, but she still didn't look at Lin Xan. She said to Long Haochen, "What happened?" Long Tianin said, "Are you guys planning to talk here? Come in." As he said that, the Knight of the Seal, leading the Knights Templars, strode forward and led everyone to the meeting room of the Knights Templars. The other members of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters were already waiting there. At this time, they all took off their cloaks. At this time, Sima Xian looked the strangest. He was still carrying Feng Ling. He was much taller than Feng Ling. So Feng Ling's feet were off the ground. He walked in with her in his arms. As soon as they entered the meeting room, everyone couldn't help but sneer. Feng Ling said angrily, "Let go of me." However, Sima Xian said firmly, "I'm not letting go. Isn't it just being mocked by them? I admit it. What if I let go of you and you run away? I won't have a wife anymore." As he said that, he pulled out a chair and sat on it with Feng Ling in his arms. He let Feng Ling sit on his thighs, but he refused to let go of her. With his cultivation, Feng Ling couldn't break free no matter how hard she struggled. Little did he know that Feng Ling liked this kind of reckless wildness the most. Although she was shy, she didn't resist anymore. She buried her face in his broad shoulders and refused to look up. Long Haochen invited Long Tianyin to sit at the head of the table. He sat next to Long Tianyin and said, "Sis, Miss Ling, regarding our disappearance, I represent the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters to apologize to you. Just as I said, everything is my fault." At this time, Feng Ling and Lin Xian's emotions were surging. Only Endless Night's emotions were relatively stable. She looked at Long Haochen and said, "Leader Long, I'm very interested to hear what you guys encountered in the demons. You actually didn't return after such a long time. Furthermore, there wasn't any news at all." Long Haochen looked at Kai Er beside him and subconsciously held her small hand under the table. Even though it had been so long when he thought about it now, he still felt a deep, lingering fear in his heart. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid of losing Kai Er. And that time he was so close to being separated from Kai Er forever. We fell into the Demon Emperor's trap and fell into the demon's trap. Thus, Long Haochen began to talk about how they saved young Wenjiao from the hands of the dragon rider demon god Asmodeus. He talked about how he found out that the demon emperor wanted to kill them and how he fell into the demon emperor's trap step by step. When he said that his heart was pierced by the demon emperor's attack, Lin Xian and Endless Night couldn't help but cry out in shock. Even Feng Ling raised her head from Sima Xian's embrace in shock. They had actually been besieged by the demon emperor, the moon demon, and the star demon, but at this moment not a single one of them was missing. Although Long Haochen didn't add too much emotion in his description, the three women had come into contact with the demons many times, so they naturally understood what it was like to be besieged by the three most powerful demons in the heart of Demon City. Although I don't know why the demon emperor was willing to kill me in exchange for letting my companions go, at that time I knew that I was dead for sure. Although I didn't know why the demon god emperor was willing to kill me in exchange for letting my companions go, I knew that I was definitely going to die at that time. The demon god emperor kept his promise and allowed his companions to bring my corpse out of Demon City. In the early years, we had once discovered a ruin. In this ruin, there was the inheritance of an ancient powerhouse. If we could obtain this inheritance, then I would still have hope of being resurrected. Thus, in order to resurrect me, everyone entered that place filled with many dangers. After experiencing countless hardships and dangers, even when everyone was seriously injured and on the verge of death, they finally obtained that inheritance and helped me reconstruct my heart. That is why I am here in front of you now. The power left behind by that ancient Almighty was extremely huge. In order to collectively absorb this energy, we cultivated in that ruin. But who knew that this closed-door cultivation would last for more than 4 years? When we woke up, it was already half a year ago. After 4 years of deep meditation, we've learned a lot. We don't actually know how much time has passed after that. We thought it was only a few days. In the process of deep meditation, everyone's cultivation has increased tremendously, and we've gained many new understandings. This is probably a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so let's continue to cultivate in the remaining time and integrate our new understandings with our cultivation. Only then will we be able to benefit from the grand competition of the Saint Hall today. When we just came back, Lin Xian and Sima wanted to look for you immediately, but I stopped them. You should know that this year's temple competition is unusual and may very well be a turning point for the Alliance. We want to do something in this year's temple competition in hopes of making the Alliance stronger in the future. Therefore, before the competition begins, I ask them to bear with it temporarily. It's all my fault. I hope that you can forgive them. At the same time, on behalf of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters, I would like to thank you for waiting for them. It must be the luckiest thing in their lives for them to find companions like you. As he spoke, Long Houchin stood up again and bowed respectfully to the three ladies. Although Long Houchin's narration was as plain as possible, it was still full of ups and downs and was extremely thrilling in the ears of the three ladies. They really almost couldn't come back. At this moment, the anger in Feng Ling, Er's heart had already disappeared. She hugged Sima Xian, and her eyes were filled with gentleness. She only had one thought in her mind. It was good that he was back. Lin Xian's expression eased up a lot. Lin Xian immediately seized the opportunity and sat down next to him. Endless Night stood up and nodded towards Long Houchin, saying, I'm very fortunate to be able to hear of Dragon Leader and everyone else's experiences. You're all heroes of the Alliance. Ling Er, I can see that she doesn't want to come with me. You guys should still have things to discuss, so I'll be heading back first. Goodbye. Long Houchin's heart moved. He said to Hanyu, send Miss Endless Night off. Okay, Hanyu replied. He gestured towards Endless Night and led him out. Long Houchin said to Feng Ling Er, Miss Ling Er, may I take the liberty to ask you a question? Feng Ling Er nodded her head. At this moment, Sima Xian saw that she couldn't run, so he put her on the chair next to him. However, his large hand was still wrapped around her waist. At this moment, the bald cleric didn't have the domineering air he had during the match. On his face, there was only a happy, silly smile. Long Houchin said, I wonder if Miss Endless Night already has a partner? Feng Ling Er stared blankly, saying, What? Don't you already have her? She pointed at Kair. Kair giggled, saying, He's not saying it for himself, but for Hanyu, the one who just sent Miss Endless Night off. Speaking of which, within the glimmer of Dawn Monster Hunters, the only single person was Hanyu. Even Duan Yi, who was a temporary member, had a wife who was his childhood sweetheart. Before they disappeared, Duan Yi was already married. It's just that his wife was an ordinary person, not a professional. This time, before they returned to the Holy City, Duan Yi had already specially gone to see his wife to report that he was safe. As a team leader, Long Houchin was naturally concerned about the marriage of his team members. Hanyu had a calm personality. Whether it was his looks or his ability, he was the best choice. It was only because he had always been a demon hunter that he didn't have the chance to obtain his own feelings. Now that they were both at the 9th rank, their ability to protect themselves on the battlefield had greatly increased. Naturally, Long Houchin was also concerned about finding a female confidant for him. Everyone had come into contact with Endless Night several times. Not only was this girl extremely beautiful, she was also very capable. The Holy Alliance auction house was well managed by her. Feng Ling Er only made some big decisions. Moreover, Endless Night was the descendant of the radiant sword god, Yi Wushang. With these combined factors, if they could matchmake her with Hanyu, it would naturally be a great thing. Hearing Kai Er's words, Feng Ling Er's eyes instantly lit up. She said, Sister Endless has very high standards. She has always been single. I just don't know if that knight of yours will be able to move her heart. Long Houchin smiled faintly and said, Then I'll have to trouble you to help me build a bridge. I can see that your relationship with Lady Endless is very good. If she can also become a member of our Light of Dawn's future family, wouldn't your relationship be even closer? I can reveal a little to you. After this tournament of the temple is over, we will be heading to the Knights Templars. With Han Yu's strength, it is very likely that he will obtain the recognition of a throne of God. I think that a Knight of the Seal should be worthy of Lady Endless. Feng Ling Er's eyes flashed as she said, he is indeed worthy. However, Captain Long, are you planning to take down the entire Sanctuary Alliance auction house in one fell swoop? Do you have other motives? Long Houchin smiled faintly and said, I'll let Sima explain it to you in private. Of course, we hope to obtain the support of the Sanctuary Alliance auction house. However, I believe that this will only be beneficial to the auction house in the future. Although Long Tianin was sitting at the head of the table, he did not say a word from start to finish. He only looked at Long Houchin. After returning after more than 4 years, not only was Long Houchin calmer and more reserved, but he also had an indescribable majesty. Although he looked very gentle when he spoke, he gave people a feeling that he was right. This was a special kind of temperament, the aura of a king. When the light of dawn appeared again, the second day of the temple tournament had also begun. The participants who were eliminated yesterday had all gone to the spectator area. Only the experts from the 6 temples and the members of the Light of Dawn monster hunters who had entered the second round remained in the competition area. For the convenience of entering the venue, the members of the Light of Dawn monster hunters sat in the seats that the Knights Templars had vacated. This action of theirs made the magic temple master Li Jingji's expression turn even uglier. There were a total of 95 participants in today's competition. This meant that one of them was destined to be absent. However, luck was always a part of one's strength. After this round, there would be 48 participants who would enter the 3rd round. Then, the elimination round would continue until the top 3 were decided. The top 3 had 2 choices. One was to obtain all the previous points and end the competition as usual. The other was to participate in a round-robin tournament. For every round they won, they would obtain an additional 10 points. There would be a total of 3 rounds. If someone could defeat 2 other opponents at the same time and become the final champion, they would obtain an additional 20 points. At the start of the competition, the Light of Choice appeared for the first time. One of them landed on a member of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters. Today, the members of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters had all taken off their cloaks. The Light of Choice shone on Kair. Another Light of Choice seemed to coincidentally land on the Assassin Temple not far away. The person chosen was the chief elder of the Assassin Temple, Shuejisheng, who possessed 12 airspace zones. Kai, his beautiful face immediately became strange. Not long ago, she had fought with Shuejisheng. Although there was no clear winner in the end, she had forced Shuejisheng to admit defeat with her domain skill, Flourishing Lotus. She did not expect that she would have to face the chief elder of the Assassin Temple again. With a flash of her figure, she had already entered the arena. However, before Kai could make her move, on the other side, Shuejisheng, who hadn't even entered the arena yet, already spoke with his aged voice. I admit defeat. As soon as he said that, the audience could not help but be in an uproar. Shuejisheng was a veteran powerhouse of the Assassin Temple. He was currently the #1 powerhouse in the Assassin Temple. Although his seniority was not as terrifying as that of the legendary powerhouse Chinzidian, he was still 1 generation older than the Temple Master Xingyu. Yet he actually retreated without a fight. He did not even enter the arena. What was going on? Li Jingji finally could not take it anymore. He said in a deep voice, Chief Judge, this is the temple tournament. It is not a game. Yesterday, the Sanshui Temple Master admitted defeat. Today, Elder Shuejisheng from the Assassin Temple also admitted defeat. They are all top powerhouses of their respective temple. If such situations continue to happen in the upcoming matches, what is the point of our temple tournament? On the Knights Templars' VIP stand, Chinzidian's voice sounded. What Temple Master Li said makes sense. San Shui, Elder Shui, I need an explanation for giving up. San Shui Popo had always been a fearless person. She coldly snorted and said to Li Jingji, "Temple Master Li, you seem to be meddling too much. There is only one reason for me to admit defeat. I am not a match for Chunning. She is my granddaughter. We have already fought in private. That is all." Shui Jisheng said indifferently, "My situation is the same as Sanshui Popo's. Not long ago, I had a match with Lady Kair. I lost. I don't want to humiliate myself again, so I admit defeat. Chief Judge, is this reason enough?" As a powerhouse of the current generation, their face was sometimes more important than their lives. Sanshui Popo and Shui Jisheng respectively admitted that they were not a match for Chening, and Kair. This immediately caused an uproar. The light of Dawn Monster Hunters, which had already received a lot of attention, was once again pushed to the heart of the struggle. Sanshui Popo was a little better. After all, she had just broken through to the 9th Order not long ago. However, Shui Jisheng was the #1 powerhouse of the Assassin Temple. He possessed the powerful 12 airspace domains. Unexpectedly, he was unable to contend against the members of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters. In an instant, the status of the Light of Dawn rose to an unprecedented height. Li Jingji's complexion was clearly a little green. However, he could not say anything. He had to suffer this grievance in silence. Chun Zidian said in a deep voice, "In that case, the competition will continue. If there is another situation where someone admits defeat, they must give an explanation. Otherwise, a portion of the temple's points will be deducted." What was surprising was that the second light of choice of the day actually chose a member of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters again. This time, the target was Wang Yuanyuan. The other light of choice fell on the Magic Temple's lineup. It chose Tanwan, who had won yesterday by a fluke. After all, Tanwan was still very young. Her cultivation was definitely one of the lower ranks of the Mage Sanctuary's participants. In yesterday's battle, she had relied on some of Li Jingji's special magic to defeat her opponent with great difficulty and enter the second round. Wang Yuanyuan was dressed in a white tight suit today. She had cut her hair short, which made her look even more heroic. Her slender figure leaped and entered the arena gracefully. If one looked closely, they would notice that Wang Yuanyuan's eyes were clearly different from before. Her pupils were actually a light pink. Facing Wang Yuanyuan, who was obviously younger than her, Tanwan's eyes revealed a hint of stubbornness. Why can a member of the Light of Dawn possess such powerful strength at such a young age? I must defeat her. Tanwan, who was wearing a green robe, immediately spread her spiritual wings. With a flap of her spiritual wings, she propelled herself into the air. Her body spun in the air, and instantly countless tiny green wind blades were released by her. The clear chanting of the incantation sounded like a storm, and the green light illuminated half of the arena. Those tiny green wind blades began to undergo a strange change. They circled around Tanwan's body, and their speed became faster and faster. More green light was also rapidly separated from Tanwan's body. Wang Yuanyuan also moved. She did not release her spiritual wings, but just walked towards Tanwan step by step. She raised her head slightly, and the color of her pink eyes gradually deepened, turning into a dark red. She looked rather strange and oppressive, as though her eyes could drip blood at any time. The Sanctuary Alliance's great trial was vast. With Wang Yuanyuan's current speed, she would probably need half a minute to get close to Tanwan. However, she did not seem to be in a hurry at all, as though she was waiting for Tanwan to cast her magic. At the Magic Temple's side, Li Jingji's expression became even uglier. Although Wang Yuanyuan had not made her move yet, from her performance in the battle yesterday, Li Jingji knew that she was also a rank 9 powerhouse. Yesterday, Wang Yuanyuan's opponent was a knight. In less than 2 minutes, the knight was defeated by Wang Yuanyuan's powerful spatial power. At that time, Wang Yuanyuan launched an attack right away, unlike today. She was clearly doing this for the Magic Temple to see. So what if she is a rank 9? When the magic I created is truly unleashed, even a rank 9 might not necessarily win. Li Jingji's eyes flickered coldly, and his gaze subconsciously looked at Long Haochen, who was sitting in the Knights Templars' area of contestants. Long Haochen appeared to be very calm as he sat there, still exuding a warm temperament that was unique to him, just like an ordinary young man. However, Li Jingji deeply understood that such a young man had already greatly affected his plan. Tan Wan's chanting voice had begun to become louder and louder. This kind of chanting method was extremely rare, because during the chanting process of a magic spell, not a single note could be wrong, and there was also a limit to the chanting speed. Chanting at such a rapid speed could very likely cause the magic to fail, and the spell she was chanting seemed to be quite different from normal magic spells. This incantation was Li Jingji's own creation. As the most outstanding genius of the mage sanctuary in the past 1,000 years, Li Jingji had combined some ancient elven incantations with his own comprehension to create a special incantation chant. Back then, he had taken Tan Wan as his disciple precisely because Tan Wan could comprehend this incantation. The tiny wind blades around Tan Wan's body had already turned into a bluish-green color, completely covering her body. The number of wind blades stopped increasing after reaching a certain number, but the bluish-green color became more and more vibrant. Around the wind blades, one could faintly see that there was even a green electric light lingering, and Tan Wan's chanting was almost at the peak of its intensity. Just when Wang Yuan was 50 meters away from Tan Wan let out a high-pitched scream. Suddenly, the green wind blades around her body suddenly let out a buzzing sound, and then turned into a tornado with a diameter of 3 meters and a height of 5 meters, flying straight towards Wang Yuan. Anyone could see that this was definitely not an ordinary tornado, and each of the tiny wind blades had the power of the Lingang. After chanting this spell, Tan Wan had already fallen from the sky. Her face was pale, and her body swayed, almost falling to the ground. It was obvious that this magic spell had almost consumed all of her spiritual power. Even Tan Wan herself did not expect to be able to complete this magic spell. The most unique feature of her magic was that it could attack and defend at the same time. If she was attacked by the enemy during the chanting process, the wind blades that had already appeared would automatically protect her and attack the enemy. As long as her magic spell was not broken by the enemy, she could continue chanting continuously. This was already a forbidden spell. With Tan Wan's level 8 cultivation, she could be proud of herself for being able to cast such a forbidden spell of the Wind series without the help of any equipment. Li Jingji gave this magic a very domineering name, Heaven Underworld. Regardless of whether it was a single target or a group attack, it had extremely terrifying destructive power. From Tan Wan's magic spell, one could see how powerful Li Jingji was. It was very difficult for a mage of the same level to cast such a terrifying magic spell. Facing Heaven Underworld, Wang Yuan stopped in her tracks. She made an action that no one could understand. She raised her right hand, and her index, middle, and ring fingers touched the space between her eyebrows. At the same time, she closed her blood-red eyes. Chapter 243. The Forbidden Spell, Blue Sky Underworld, appeared in front of Wang Yuan in the blink of an eye. A huge suction force was emitted from it, causing Wang Yuan's clothes to flutter in the wind. On the other hand, Wang Yuan seemed to have not seen the forbidden spell at all. She still stood there with her right index, ring, and index fingers touching the space between her eyebrows. Tan Wan's expression changed slightly because she was very clear about the power of her forbidden spell. More importantly, she could only release the forbidden spell and not withdraw it. Her cultivation was far from being able to control it. If Wang Yuan really died in the forbidden spell, not only would the Magic Temple and the Light of Dawn become sworn enemies, but she would also be judged to have lost. After all, the Magic Temple and the Light of Dawn were only competitors at most. Their common enemy was the demons. Tan Wan had never thought of killing the members of the Light of Dawn. It was only because the Light of Dawn was too powerful that she used her strongest spell right from the start. At this moment, the blue sky underworld forbidden spell had already swept towards Wang Yuanyuan. It was too late for regrets now. Suddenly, with Wang Yuanyuan's body as the center, a thick layer of blood-red light suddenly swept out from her body. It instantly wrapped around her body and spread outwards at an astonishing speed. In an instant, it came into contact with the blue sky underworld. The blue sky underworld was dark green, while the blood-red light was bright red. The two could be said to be separated in the air. A shocking scene appeared. Although the blood-red haze was released later, it was as powerful as a stormy sea. The thick smell of blood instantly filled the air. The red light forcibly enveloped the dark green-yellow sky underworld. A terrifying killing intent and the smell of blood filled the air. The red light surged violently, while the dark green light was completely buried in the blood. Only the blood mist could be seen surging and spreading. In just a short while, the entire great trial field had been completely dyed the color of blood. Li Zhengji's expression became even more solemn. This was clearly the power of a realm. Apart from Long Haochen, there was actually someone else in the Light of Dawn monster hunters who had a realm. If what Xue Jisheng said was true, then the reincarnation saint Kai Er should also have a realm. She already had 3 realms. Even in any temple, there would only be 3 domain-level powerhouses. The fact that the Light of Dawn monster hunters had such strength meant that their overall strength was close to that of the legendary monster hunters, like the demon god's fall. Furthermore, they were still so young. Yes, the blood-red light was Wang Yuanyuan's realm, which she named the Blood Realm. In terms of talent, Wang Yuanyuan was definitely ranked behind the Light of Dawn monster hunters. However, in terms of willpower, she was comparable to Long Haochen and Kai Er. In fact, she was even more persistent in certain aspects. It was precisely because Wang Yuanyuan knew that she couldn't be compared to her companions that she put in more effort. In the past 2 years of the Holy War, she had sacrificed the most and killed the most among the members of the Light of Dawn. She had found her own way to advance on this path of slaughter. In the Tower of Eternity, when she used the 7 hollow silver crystals to summon the true power of the mighty miracle god, her blood boiled and merged with her bloody and murderous aura, which laid the foundation for her to comprehend the blood realm. After 4 years of deep meditation, not only did Wang Yuanyuan break through to the 9th rank, but she also became the 4th person to comprehend a realm after Long Haochen, Kai Er and Chunning surpassing the achievements of Sima Xian, Lin Xian Hanyu, and Zhang Fangfang. She became the 4th strongest person in the team. Against Tan Wan, she didn't need to use her realm, but before the match, Long Haochen had told his companions that the temple tournament was the time to show off their strength. They had to let the higher-ups of the Temple League see their strength, so that their plan could continue. Therefore, when Wang Yuanyuan saw that her opponent was someone from the Magic Temple, she chose to release her realm. The forbidden curse of Yellow Springs was indeed powerful. If it was used by Li Jingji combined with his own realm, then Wang Yuanyuan would definitely not be able to resist it. However, Tan Wan was only at the 8th rank, so she didn't have any control over the forbidden curse. In the end, she was still submerged in the bloody and murderous realm and disappeared into nothingness. The bloody light disappeared, and Wang Yuanyuan didn't even look at Tan Wan. She turned around and walked out of the arena. Once the realm was released, the winner was decided. The Sanctuary Alliance's great trial grounds once again fell into silence because of the Light of Dawn. The Light of Dawn monster hunters had used their own strength to prove to everyone that they were strong, worthy of the strength of a legend ranker monster hunter. The 2nd round of the tournament continued. As the 1st round had already eliminated half of the participants with weaker cultivations, in this 2nd round, more than 3/4 of the participants were at the 9th rank. Even so, When the second round of the tournament ended, the Light of Dawn monster hunters had obtained an impressive result of 9 wins and 1 loss. Only Duan Yi had lost to the chivalrous Shen Yu. After the second round of the tournament ended, there were some changes in the points. The Knights Templars' advantage had been slightly weakened. Only 11 members of the Knights Templars had entered the third round. 13 of them had been eliminated. The Magic Temple had 10 members. The Light of Dawn monster hunters had 9 members. The Soul Temple had 7 members. The Assassin Temple had 6 members, and the Warrior Temple had 5 members. As a result, the points had also changed. After winning the second round, every participant that qualified would receive 2 points. Adding the points from the first round, the Knights Templars were still in first place with 46 points. The Magic Temple was in second place with 41 points. The Soul Temple was in third place with 30 points. The Light of Dawn monster hunters was in fourth place with 28 points. The Assassin Temple was in fifth place with 26 points. The Warrior Temple was in last place with 20 points. The Light of Dawn monster hunters had participated in the temple tournament with 10 members. After the second round of the individual competition, they were able to be in fourth place instead of last place. This had already fully demonstrated their strength. Moreover, based on the strength displayed by Long Haochen and the others, it was obvious that they would be able to do more in the subsequent rounds. The final number of points for the individual competition was still hard to predict. When the second round of the tournament ended, it was already past noon. However, the third round of the tournament began immediately without any time for rest. The first 2 rounds of the individual competition mainly tested the overall strength of each temple. After the third round of the tournament, it would be up to the individual strength of the remaining powerhouses. If they won this round, each of them would receive 4 points. There were a total of 24 matches in the third round of the tournament. 48 people would fight against each other. However, this was only the first match, and it was already like Mars colliding with Earth. The 2 selection lights chose the Lord of the Magic Temple, Li Jingji, and the Lord of the Knights Templars, the Knight of the Seal, Long Tianin. However, what shocked everyone was that the duration of the match was surprisingly short. It only took a total of 5 minutes for Li Jingji to defeat Long Tianin with his powerful realm of wind and his powerful magic strength. This made the Magic Temple even more powerful. After watching the match, Long Haochen was also shocked. Although he knew that his grandfather was probably not a match for Li Jingji, he did not expect his grandfather to lose so quickly. Li Jingji's control over the wind element had reached an insanely strong level. Moreover, Long Tianin was a Knight of the Seal. Without the enhancement from the Throne of God, his strength was reduced by at least half. Otherwise, he might still have a chance. The Lord of the Knights Templars was eliminated in the third round of the individual competition. This had never happened in the past hundreds of years. Long Tianin's expression was terrible, but he had no choice but to accept this fact. Li Zhengji's strength was also displayed in this round. Those who could enter the third round were the true elites of the 5 temples. The competition was also at its climax. Although Yang Wenjiao was victorious in the second round, he had paid almost everything. Relying on the amplification of the Starbright Unicorn's domain of light, he was barely able to defeat a warrior of the 9th step. In the third round, his strength was still far from recovering, and he became the second member of the Bright Glimmer of Dawn Demon Hunt Squad to be eliminated. Yang Wenjiao's elimination meant that the Light of Dawn monster hunters had to face a tough battle in the individual competition. In the 5th round, Qining appeared. Her opponent was the Deputy Lord of the Magic Temple, Lin Qin, who was also Lin Xian's grandfather. Lin Xian had already gone to see Lin Qin yesterday, but they did not talk for long before Lin Qin chased him away. Lin Qin did not even say much to Lin Xian. He only told him to treat Lin Xian well. When Lin Xian came back and told Long Haochen understood that Lin Chen's attitude was because the Magic Temple's position in the temple tournament was too sensitive. As the Deputy Lord of the Magic Temple, He could not say much to his grandson, who was a member of the Light of Dawn. He didn't expect to be matched against Chen Inger in the competition. Of course, Lin Chen would not admit defeat just because of his grandson. Li Jingji and the powerhouses of the Magic Temple were watching from behind. He had to give it his all. "Grandpa Lin, you don't have to go easy on me." "Qining," smiled sweetly and bowed to Lin Chen. Lin Chen only nodded slightly at her without saying anything. He raised his right hand, and a huge orange-red fireball instantly appeared above his head. As a fire mage, although Lin Chen did not have the unique heart of flame like his grandson, his attainments in fire magic were worthy of his title as the #1 in the Magic Temple. He had not broken through to the 9th level for a long time because of his talent. However, in the field of fire magic, Lin Chen had put in a lifetime of hard work. His son and daughter-in-law had died in the process of research. The huge orange-red fireball floated there like a blazing sunboat, illuminating Lin Chen's entire body in an orange-red color. His deep incantation was almost inaudible. With a series of hand gestures, an intense orange-red flame shot out from the blazing sun above his head, heading straight for Chen Inger. In the contestant area of the Soul Temple, Chen Hongba stood up abruptly and looked at the battlefield with a burning gaze. He cursed in a low voice, "Lin Chen, this old man, is really ruthless." He used the Holy Sun spell right from the start. The Holy Sun spell was a powerful magic that Lin Chen had created. For many powerhouses, as they grew older, their cultivation would reach a bottleneck, and it would be very difficult for them to continue advancing. Unless they had an extremely good opportunity, it would be difficult for them to break through again in their lifetime. Under such circumstances, in order to pursue greater strength, they would often put in great effort in the area of self-created abilities. This was especially true for mages, because every type of magic would produce different effects when combined in different ways. Lin Chen was one of the best among them. He did not expect that he would have a breakthrough after going through so many life and death situations in the course of the Sacred War. Before this, he had already reached the peak of the 8th level for close to 40 years. In these 40 years, his main focus was on the Holy Sun spell. After his strength broke through to the 9th level, even though this Magic Temple Vice Temple Master was still unable to possess the power of a domain, it allowed him to achieve great success in the Holy Sun spell. His strength skyrocketed, and he became one of the top powerhouses in the Magic Temple. The Holy Sun incantation was a combination of Lin Chen's male yang qi and the natal fire and spiritual energy fire to form a fusion fire. Back then, Lin Xian's father had gone berserk while researching and cultivating the Holy Sun incantation. He had ignited his natal fire and was unable to control it, causing his wife and son to die tragically from the backlash of magic. It could be said that Lin Xian had a natural hatred for the Holy Sun spell. So how could he be willing to learn it? He was even unwilling to cultivate any offensive magic. Later on, although he decided to cultivate offensive magic for Lin Xian's sake, he still rejected the Holy Sun spell. Hence, Lin Chen could be said to be the only person in the world who could cast the Holy Sun spell and cultivate it to its peak. Wherever the reddish-purple flames passed through the air distorted violently. Water-like ripples spread out in all directions. The temperature of the entire great trial grounds rose abruptly, so much so that the colorful light of the protective barrier became even more intense. Chuning, Ori's expression, also changed. She did not expect Lin Chen's magic attack to be so fast and powerful. A sparkling and translucent little pig leaped out from Chuning Er's bosom. It was Medul. Compared to before, Medul had changed quite a bit. His size was still the same as before, as if he would never grow bigger. However, his skin was as translucent as crystal, and his pair of small eyes were like 2 diamonds that shone brightly. When his body leaped out, there was even a string of sparkling and overflowing colors on his back. In the air, Medul stretched his limbs, and a miraculous scene appeared. Just a moment ago, he was so small and cute, but in the next moment, he instantly enlarged and transformed into a huge black dragon. He opened his mouth, and a pitch-black breath went straight towards Lin Chen's holy sun spell. This is the heaven-defying demon dragon. Medul's transformation shocked all the powerhouses from the 6 great temples. The heaven-defying demon dragon was a member of the demon emperor's clan. How could a summoner have such a summoned beast? Furthermore, a summoned beast that was released at such a speed could only be a natal summoned beast. The 2 powerful forces, black and orange, collided violently in the air. Terrifying spiritual fluctuations immediately spread out from the center of the collision. Chen Ying clasped her hands in the shape of a heart, and the crisp sound of an incantation echoed in the air. The heaven-defying demon dragon's breath was slightly at a disadvantage when it collided with the holy sun spell, but it managed to withstand it in the end. Medul's huge wings flapped hard, and he had already fiercely pounced towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen was also shocked when he saw the heaven-defying demon dragon. However, he was very experienced in combat. Although he was shocked, he did not panic. He pointed his right hand, and the holy sun above his head shone brightly. An orange halo suddenly bloomed, and it collided with Medul's rushing body. The huge body of the heaven-defying demon dragon was actually sent flying by the orange halo. What was even more shocking was that, accompanied by Lin Chen's deep incantation, an orange dragon head emerged from the holy sun, and it spewed a golden-red flame at the heaven-defying demon dragon. The golden-red flame was only as thick as a person's arm, and it was very disproportionate to the orange dragon head that had drilled out. However, as soon as the golden-red flame appeared, the temperature of the entire great trial field instantly skyrocketed. The air inside the protective barrier actually showed water-like ripples, and even the ground seemed to be churning like magma. It could be seen how hot the seemingly small golden-red flame was. In the face of such a high level of flame, Medul clearly hesitated for a moment. His huge body stopped in the air, and a dark purple light seeped out from under his thick scales. It quickly gathered above his head and turned into a dark purple light pearl in front of him, just in time to block the golden-red flame. Holy Sun spell, destroy evil! Lin Chen shouted loudly. Boom! In the air, the dark purple light pearl released by Medul instantly shattered, and his whole body was covered in a layer of golden-red flame. However, the broken dark purple light pearl also emitted a strong layer of dark purple light, isolating the high temperature. Lin Chen's body swayed slightly, and the speed of his incantation clearly slowed down. Meanwhile, Medul, whose whole body was covered in golden-red flame, was thrown far away. His body continuously emitted a dark purple light, dispelling the scorching heat of the golden-red flame. HM? Seeing this scene, even Long Haochen was shocked. He could not help but look at Lin Xan beside him. Although the heaven-defying demon dragon that Medul had transformed into was not a real heaven-defying demon dragon, and could only use some basic abilities, it still had the true strength of a 9th-grade magician. However, in front of Lin Chen, it was sent flying in just 2 moves. From the looks of it, it seemed that he had temporarily lost the ability to fight. This kind of strength was not something that a 9th-grade magician should have. Lin Xan smiled bitterly. The Holy Sun spell is the fruit of my grandfather's lifetime of research. Although it is not a domain, to a certain extent, it is comparable to a domain. With the 3 flames combined, the explosive power of fire magic can be maximized. Long Haochen nodded slightly and said, It seems that this will be a big test for Ying. In a battle between a summoner and a magician, it should be a battle of cultivation and casting speed. However, with the help of the Holy Sun spell, not only was Lin Chen's casting speed extremely fast, but the power of his magic was also extremely strong. The temperature of the golden-red flames had even surpassed Lin Xan's flame of the heart. In terms of talent and luck, Lin Xan far surpassed his grandfather, but in terms of knowledge of fire, there was still a big gap between him and Lin Xan. In the great trial field, after Lin Qin activated the golden red flames, his attacks also slowed down slightly. Meanwhile, in the distance, Qin Ying had already completed her first summoning spell. A white hexagram appeared in front of her body, and then, with a long and drawn-out dragon roar, an ice dragon over 10 meters long emerged from the white hexagram. In terms of size, this ice dragon was not even as big as the heaven-defying demon dragon that Madal had transformed into. It looked like a young dragon, but it was not an earth dragon or a semi-dragon, but a real dragon that originally belonged to the holy demon continent. When the summoners in the Soul Temple saw this, they could not help but feel excited. To a summoner, summoning a giant dragon was the greatest glory, even if it was only a young dragon. Summoners generally had two ways to use the summoning curse. One was to summon a creature from another plane to battle. After the battle, the summoned creature would either die in battle or return to its original plane. The next time it was summoned, it would not be the same magical beast that it had previously summoned. The other method was to form a contract. After forming a contract, the summoner could not let the summoned creature die easily, and the summoned creature would also grow along with the summoner, becoming stronger and stronger. Although the degree of closeness was not as close as the summoner's life summoner, a contract summoned creature could be said to be a part of the summoner's strength. Based on the summoner's strength, the number of contract summoned creatures that a summoner could have was also different. Once a contract summoned creature died, it would be a big blow to the summoner. Generally speaking, with every increase in cultivation base, a summoner could have a contract summoned creature. Although it did not require a chanting time like the summoner's life summoner, it was still much shorter than a normal summoning of a magical beast of the same level. From the time Qin Ying took to chant the spell just now, the summoners understood that this young ice dragon was basically Qin Ying's contract summoned creature. What they did not know was that this ice dragon was also Qin Ying's first contract summoned creature. Before she reached the 7th level, she could not use any summoning magic at all, so she had never had a contract summoned creature. After she reached the 7th level, she stayed in the Soul Temple, undergoing the awakening of the Soul Saintess. Later, she followed Long Haochen into the depths of the demons to fight. Her strength had been increasing, but she had never had a contract summoned creature. When they left the Tower of Eternity, Qin Ying's cultivation base had already reached the 9th level. Through the special connection of the Soul Saintess, she found this young ice dragon and formed a contract with it. This was also the first time the ice dragon fought for Qin Ying. In fact, Qin Ying had already lost in the match with Lin Qin. The first spell she chanted was not to summon the ice dragon, but her 6th earth dragon summoning spell that could release the elemental cage. In her opinion, the heaven-defying demon dragon that Madal transformed into would be able to resist Lin Qin's attacks for a period of time. As long as her elemental cage was completed, Lin Qin would definitely lose. However, things did not go as she wished. Lin Qin's Holy Sun spell was too powerful, and Madal was defeated after only 2 rounds. This forced Qin Ying to change her spell and summon the ice dragon to fight for her in the shortest time possible. She even had to change her tactics because of Lin Qin's strength. Otherwise, under Lin Qin's subsequent attacks, she might not even be able to complete the spell. As the Soul Saintess, when casting the summoning spell, Qin Ying's time was much shorter than ordinary people. Moreover, her contract summon only needed about 3 seconds of chanting, which was why she could summon the ice dragon so quickly. After more than 4 years of seclusion, Qin Ying also had a lot of understanding in the summoning spell. Apart from the 6 earth dragons, she did not bestow souls on other magical beasts. This was because she realized that if she bestowed souls on Madal and his contract summon, the effect would be better, and it would produce many strange changes. When the ice dragon appeared, it let out a low roar and spread its wings, completely shielding Qin Ying behind it. At the same time, it spat out an icy blue breath towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen's gaze turned solemn. He naturally did not think that he would be able to defeat Qining, or just because he defeated Medul. He had seen Qining, previous matches. As a 9th stage spirit shaman, this young lady was very skilled in summoning magical beasts. The living soul gate that she used had an imposing aura that was hard to resist. This was also the reason why he used the Holy Sun spell right from the start. He could not let Qining unleash her full power and cast the summoning spell at its strongest. The golden red dragon head was still outside the Holy Sun spell. During the time that the ice dragon appeared, it had already finished preparing. Another golden red breath was spat out. This time it was only as thick as an arm. In an instant, it streaked across the sky, heading straight for the ice dragon's breath. The difference in strength between the ice dragon and the Holy Sunfire dragon could be clearly seen from the temperature of the great trial grounds. Where the ice dragon was, only the area where it and Qining were located had a lower temperature, and were not affected by the scorching heat. On the other hand, the temperature brought by the Holy Sunfire dragon was boiling the other areas. Without a doubt, the Holy Sunfire dragon was much more powerful. Furthermore, Lin Chen was still chanting his incantation. No one knew what the next spell he would use in conjunction with the Holy Sun incantation would be, but it was foreseeable that it would not be weak. At this point in the battle, the situation was already very disadvantageous for Qining. God's descent, 10,000 beasts rise. Qininger's beautiful eyes were filled with determination. Don't be fooled by her usual cheerful and carefree demeanor. In reality, her competitive spirit was extremely strong. Yang Wenjiao had already been eliminated. She wouldn't allow herself to be eliminated just like that. All of a sudden, Qininger's body was covered in a layer of milky white light. Immediately after, a huge shadow suddenly appeared behind her. The shadow seemed to be humanoid. The moment it appeared, the shocking roars of 10,000 beasts could be heard throughout the entire great trial grounds. The roars of 10,000 beasts was a spectacular sight. Just that one roar alone was enough to make Lin Chen's body sway a little. The Holy Sun fire dragon within it was also affected. 2 misty white rays of light were released from Qininger's body at the same time. One landed on Medul, who was fighting against the Holy Sun fire dragon in the distance. The other landed on the ice dragon in front of her. All of a sudden, a strange change occurred. The first thing that caught everyone's attention was the huge ice dragon in front of Qining. The ice dragon's body expanded in an instant, and its original icy blue color turned completely white. A white mist of ice seemed to occupy half of the great trial grounds in the blink of an eye. The length of the ice dragon increased to more than 30 meters, and its breath forcefully blocked the Holy Sun fire dragon's flames. The white and golden red rays of light intertwined in the air, clashing with each other, not giving way at all. This was the appearance of an adult ice dragon. The powerhouses in the Soul Temple stared at this scene, dumbfounded. In their memory, there had never been a summoner's magic that could make a young magical beast grow up in an instant and burst out with the power of an adult. However, Qininger did it. The ice dragon was clearly an adult, and even in the face of a highly condensed 3-in-1 fire, it was not at a disadvantage. On the other side, Medul also underwent a great change after being enhanced by the white light released by Qininger. His body suddenly expanded to nearly twice its original size, and he also turned into a huge black dragon with a length of more than 30 meters. With a deep roar, dark purple spiritual energy quickly dissolved the Holy Sun fire dragon's corrosion. An even more shocking scene had yet to occur. Medul looked up to the sky and roared. The black on his body turned white in an extremely short time, and his body also underwent many strange changes. In an instant, he also turned into an adult ice dragon. He spread his wings and flew in the direction of Qining. At the same time, he breathed out a breath towards Lin Chen in the distance. This was transformation. The summoners were dumbfounded as they watched the battle in front of them. Even they, who were the most familiar with summoning magic, were deeply shocked by the scene in front of them. The summoning magic that Chen Ying, or cast, was something they had never seen or heard of before. What kind of ability was this? The appearance of the second ice dragon also made Lin Chen's expression change. He already felt a lot of pressure in the face of an adult ice dragon. Now that there was a second one, it was difficult for his holy sun fire to gain the upper hand. However, Chen Ying's expression remained the same, and she continued to chant the spell. Without the enhancement of the Soul Saint garment, although her magic was limited, it should not be forgotten that she was the first Soul Saintess in the Soul Temple in thousands of years. The huge figure that appeared behind her was the Beast God's descent. After more than 4 years of deep meditation, Chen Ying also chose a path for herself. Just like how Lin Xian simplified magic and Sima Xian turned wild in battle, her path was the perfect combination of the Beast God's ability. The 2 white lights were a domain created by the combination of her soul and her own God's descent. It was called the Beast God's domain. The strength of the Beast God's domain was that it could be an area of effect domain or a single effect domain. Its function was only to enhance Chen Ying or his summoned beasts. After the infant ice dragon was enhanced by the Beast God's domain, it instantly turned into an adult ice dragon. Medull's strength also increased greatly. If it was an area of effect enhancement, the individual enhancement ability would be weaker, but the amount of enhancement would be much greater. "It's my turn," shouted Chen Ying in her heart. She suddenly stopped chanting. Her palms faced outwards as she raised her hands high above her head, making a gesture of holding up the sky. Immediately after, the huge phantom behind her suddenly shattered, turning into countless sparkling and translucent specks of light that floated toward the 2 ice dragons in front of Chen Ying, instantly merging into their bodies. "Divine descent, heaven's might, domain!" Chen Ying shouted, and an unforgettable scene appeared. The 2 ice dragons raised their heads at the same time. Their eyes turned icy blue instantly. Then the entire great trial ground turned the same color. The extreme coldness even suppressed the 7-colored radiance of the protective shield of the great trial ground. Cracking sounds could be heard. Just as Lin Chen was about to cast his next spell, he was shocked to discover that the temperature of his holy sun had plummeted. The spell was forcefully interrupted, and a bone-piercing chill assaulted him, instantly freezing him into an ice sculpture. Li Jingji's gaze turned sharp and cold. He gripped the armrests of his chair tightly, and his voice was much louder than usual. 2 domains. There were 2 ways to explain the existence of 2 domains. One was that 2 domains appeared at the same time, and the other was that one person possessed 2 domains. The current situation was clearly the former, and these 2 domains were not released by Chen Ying. It was the domain of the ice dragon. It was the exact same domain of extreme cold. If it was only one domain of extreme cold, Lin Chen might be able to block it with his Holy Sun spell. However, when 2 domains of extreme cold appeared at the same time, it was almost multiple times stronger. Lin Chen was, after all, not a domain realm master. His Holy Sun spell was immediately suppressed by the domain of extreme cold. His spell was broken, and he was frozen in the domain of extreme cold. Chen Ying relied on the extreme amplification of the Beast God domain to allow Medull and Ice Dragon to have the power of domains at the same time. Although it could only be used for a short period of time, it was enough for Lin Chen. Without the support of the Soul Saint garment, Chen Ying's complexion was obviously a little pale after using the Beast God domain's divine descent heavenly might. But standing in that world of ice and snow, she gave off a holy and noble feeling, like a snow lotus, untainted by a speck of dust. On the 6th VIP podium, all the referees from the Demon Hunt squads were pouring their spiritual energy into the protective cover to stabilize it from being affected by the dual domains. but their spiritual energy was also being consumed at a rapid pace. From this, it could be seen how frightening the fusion of the dual domains was. "Stop your domain. You win this round." Chun Zidian's voice rang out. At the same time, a golden ray of light descended from the sky and landed on Lin Chen's frozen body. Chun Ing retracted her hand and the amplification ended. The extreme chill domain disappeared as quickly as it appeared. In the blink of an eye, the great trial field returned to normal. Medel turned back into a piglet and jumped into Chun Ing's arms. There were still a few charred spots on his body. Ice Dragon also shrank back to its original size and disappeared in the hexagram that appeared under its feet. The deputy palace master of the magic temple, Lin Chen, lost. When Lin Chen melted in the golden pillar of light and regained consciousness, he couldn't help but shiver because of the cold. He sighed softly and shook his head. Then he turned and walked towards the magic temple area. Even Li Jingji couldn't blame him. He had already done his best. It was just that his opponent's dual domains were too powerful. Lin Chen was actually not convinced. He thought to himself that if he had broken through to the 9th stage 20 years earlier, he would have been able to transform the Holy Sun spell into a domain and truly display its power. Then, even if he had to face 2 domains of extreme cold, he might not be at a disadvantage. What a pity! When he thought that the Holy Sun spell might end with him, he could not help but feel sad. Chapter 244. It wasn't easy for Chun Ing to win this match. After the domain of extreme cold ended, her body swayed slightly before she slowly walked towards the resting area. The summoners of the Soul Temple were mesmerized by this match. It turned out that summoning magic could be played like this. Using a summoned beast to cast a domain was something that no one in the Soul Temple could do. Even Chun Hongba, who possessed the Beast Emperor domain, couldn't do it. Chun Ing used her own strength to prove what San Shui Popo had said before. That's right, with her cultivation. San Shui Popo was indeed not her match. As the competition continued, the strength of the Light of Dawn monster hunters was more and more recognized by the experts of the 6 great temples. Among them, Li Jingji felt it the most. He originally thought that among the Light of Dawn monster hunters, only Long Haochen was truly outstanding and strong. At most, there would be Kai Er. However, looking at the current situation, the other members of the Light of Dawn monster hunters were equally tyrannical. Chun Ing, and Wang Yuanyuan also had domains. Moreover, the power of their domains was quite strong. Li Jingji asked himself if he wanted to defeat them, he would definitely consume a lot of energy. The competition continued. After this round, there were only 24 people left. The competition was particularly exciting. The battle between Chun Ing and Lin Chen wasn't the only highlight. The following matches were also very exciting. As the strength of both sides became stronger, the domain abilities also appeared from time to time in the training field. The audience outside the training field was the most enjoyable. If it wasn't for the temple tournament, how could they have seen such strong strength? In the next match of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters, Hanyu lost. In the 3rd round, the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters' good luck seemed to have run out. He encountered Chun Ing's grandfather, Lord of the Soul Temple, Chun Hongba. In the face of the powerful Beast King domain, Hanyu didn't stand a chance at all. However, Hanyu also fully displayed his strength. With the powerful defense of the Guardian Knight, he forcefully resisted the Beast King domain's frenzied attacks for 10 minutes before losing. His companion, the Evil Eye Tyrant, also left a deep impression on everyone. The Tyrant Evil Eye Tyrant was equivalent to a peak rank 8 expert. Its powerful spiritual suppression and control even offset a large portion of the Beast King domain's amplification. Unfortunately, if the Tyrant Evil Eye Tyrant wanted to evolve again, it would require a special opportunity. In terms of mounts, Zhang Fangfang, Hanyu, Yang Wenjiao, and Duan all faced the problem of their mounts evolving to rank 9. Fortunately, Zhang Fangfang, Lin Xian, Sima Xian, and Wang Yuan successfully defeated their respective opponents and passed the third round of the individual competition. Among the Light of Dawn monster hunters, only Long Haochen and Kai had yet to compete. Only 4 out of the 24 matches of the third round were left. At this moment, Long Haochen's calm expression changed slightly. In the individual competition of the temple tournament, it was not impossible to draw teammates. Now that there were only 8 people left, there was a certain chance that he and Kai would bump into each other. At this thought, Long Haochen couldn't help but recall the scene when he participated in the Monster Hunters tournament. He and Kai met and Kai chose to give up. Is history going to repeat itself? At the thought of his promise to Lin Xian, he didn't have time to explain to Kai and made a decision that deeply hurt Kai. Long Haochen's gaze couldn't help but soften. He gently held Kai's hand and said in a low voice, "If we meet again this time, let me admit defeat, okay?" Kai was slightly taken aback. Long Haochen smiled. "Back then you could clearly beat me, but you gave up. Why can't I give up for you once?" Kai chuckled. "Silly, don't joke around. How can the situation now be the same as back then? At that time, it didn't matter to us whether we won or lost. But this time, the outcome is related to our future against the demons. You are the leader of the Light of Dawn, everyone's leader. It seems that we won't have a chance to meet in this round." While the two were talking, a light of choice fell on Kai, and another light of choice fell on the assassin temple camp in the distance. The one chosen was Hero Shengyu. Seeing Hero Shengyu's somewhat unwilling expression, Long Haochen couldn't help but laugh. "It seems that a great-grandfather wants to compete with you." Kai chuckled and said that won't happen. Sure enough, before Kai left the stage, Hero Shengyu said in a deep voice, "I admit that I am no match for her. I give up." After saying this, he sat back in his seat and didn't walk out at all. Who would have thought that among the 5 great temples participating in the individual competition, 3 temple masters had already been eliminated in the third round. The easiest to eliminate was Shengyu. He actually directly admitted defeat and admitted that he was no match for Kai, and this was already the second time he faced Kai, in the Assassin Temple. At this time, 6 members of the Light of Dawn had already passed the third round, and one of them had yet to appear. The light of choice shone again. It moved from Kai to Long Haochen, and Long Haochen's opponent was among the Knights Templars. 2 consecutive matches were between the same faction. It was an older knight. He looked a bit older than Long Tianyin. He slowly stood up and nodded at Long Haochen, who was sitting in the back row. His old voice was very powerful. "Let's have a battle between Knight Templars." After saying this, he strode into the arena. Long Haochen subconsciously looked at his grandfather, but Long Tianyin gave him a helpless smile. This surprised him a little. His grandfather's expression was equivalent to telling him that this old knight was not something that Long Tianyin could control. It should be known that the Knight of the Seal had the highest authority among the Knights Templars. Even Long Tianyin could not control the knight, so his status was naturally very high. Long Haochen followed the adamantine knight into the great trial field. He took the initiative to walk forward, away from the old knight. This was the etiquette of a junior to an elder. He couldn't just stand there and wait for the elder to walk away. "My name is Yang Haoyu, an elder who doesn't care about anything. This time Haoheng came. I thank you on behalf of him and myself. Thank you for saving the only child of our Yang family." As he said this, he gave a knight's etiquette to Long Haochen. Long Haochen finally understood the identity of this old man. He turned out to be the brother of Temple Lord Yang Haoen. From the looks of it, it was very likely that he was the elder brother. No wonder even his grandfather was very respectful to him. Long Haochen hurriedly returned the etiquette. Yang Haoyu stared at Long Haochen with a serious look and said, I have long heard about you from Hauhen and Tianyin. You are very excellent, surpassing your grandfather and father. However, after all, you are still too young. There is no knight in the Knights Templars who gives up. If you want me to recognize everything about you, then it's very simple. Defeat me, please." As he said this, the old knight let out a loud shout. A golden light shone behind him and split into two. A cloud of golden light came out of the crack and covered Yang Haoyu's body. On Yang Haoyu's body, a layer of golden light instantly spread. In the blink of an eye, a golden armor covered his body. At the same time, 2 swords appeared in his hands. The sharp aura turned into a tangible form. The surrounding golden light shone, making Long Haochen feel as if he was in the starry sky. In this starry sky, there was a powerful beast that was opening its mouth to devour him. Seeing this, in the magic temple's resting area, Li Jingji's expression suddenly changed. He cried out involuntarily, "It's him." So he is here. No wonder the Knights Templars didn't even send Long Xingwu. Hasn't he been in closed-door training for almost 50 years? Although Tan Wan had lost the previous round, because this round had not ended, she was still in the Magic Temple's resting area. Hearing this, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Teacher, who is this person? Is he more powerful than the Knight of the Seal?" Li Jingji always had a smile on his face. Even when he was chosen to fight against Long Tianyin, his expression remained the same. However, this knight in front of him could make his expression change. Clearly, there was something special about him. Li Jingji's expression gradually returned to normal. He said in a deep voice, "In a sense, he is the strongest among the Knights Templars. If he had been recognized by the throne of God back then, perhaps he could have become the true leader of the 6 major temples. The Temple League wouldn't be as loose as it is now." Ah, Tan Wan was shocked. She had never heard her teacher speak so highly of a person. Moreover, it was a knight. Even when it came to Long Haochen, Li Jingji held back, thinking that he was still too young. Li Jingji said his name is Yang Haoyu. It can be said that he is a legendary figure. The leader of the Sanctuary Alliance, Yang Haohen, is his younger brother. In a sense, Yang Haohen can also be considered his disciple. From this, you can imagine how powerful he is. He is almost 30 years older than Yang Haohen. When he became famous, Yang Haohen had just joined the Knights Templars. Yang Haoyu is extremely talented and has a strong personality. He was once known as the most kingly knight. He is also a punishment knight. It is said that the only punishment knight of the Seal, Long Xingwu, trained according to the punishment knight's classics that he left behind. Yang Haoyu never uses any weapons or equipment because he has a very special magical beast called Starry Sky. This magical beast, in a sense, has already surpassed the category of magical beasts. It is in existence beyond the 9th rank. It can transform into any form and assist Yang Haoyu in his training. In the process of training, it can also help him absorb the power of the sun, moon, and stars. In terms of seniority, he is my elder. I don't know when he broke through the 9th rank, but he once did an unprecedented feat in the history of the Knights Templars. He refused to become a Knight of the Seal. What? Tan Wan cried out in shock. How is that possible? Becoming a Knight of the Seal means owning a divine artifact and becoming the leader of the Knights Templars. Li Jingji sighed and said, "Of course Yang Haoyu knew this, but he was too arrogant. He had a Starry Sky divine beast that surpassed the 9th rank. When he came to the throne of God, he immediately obtained the recognition of several throne of God. If he had chosen at that time, he could immediately become a Knight of the Seal. However, he did not do so. Instead, he made a request to the most powerful throne of God, the eternal and creation throne of God, which has never been used by anyone. In the end, he was rejected by the eternal and creation throne of God, and he did not choose another throne of God. After being given the title of Starry Sky Divine Knight by the Knights Templars, he began to cultivate in seclusion. It was said that he tried to obtain the recognition of the eternal and creation throne of God, but he did not succeed in the end. Because he cultivated in seclusion for too long, he had long faded out of the sight of the higher-ups of the 6 temples. I did not expect that Yang Haohan would actually invite him for this year's temple tournament. At this point, Li Jingji's expression was slightly desolate. He said, "It seems that I was still too confident." The foundation of the Knights Templars, Tan Wan was a little unconvinced. "Teacher, do you think he can defeat you?" Li Jingji shook his head and said, "If I were to go against him, my chances of winning would not be more than 50%. Moreover, this is under the situation where there are no restrictions and I can use my equipment. Just wait and see. He will let you see how powerful the Starlight Beast is." It was once known as the #1 godly beast in the universe, and Yang Haoyu is even the chief elder of the Knights Templars. This time, Long Haochen should be able to learn a deep lesson. However, this is also good. He is too young. For young people, sometimes, failure is the best experience. If Long Haochen could hear Li Jingji's words now, he would definitely agree with him. That was because he had already suffered the heaviest blow, and he had given up his life for it. But now, after being reborn, he had already washed away all his troubles, and his heart was as calm as still water. Long Haochen did not know that Yang Haoyu had such a glorious history. When he saw the armor and weapon appearing on Yang Haoyu's body, he could not help but be shocked. However, his expression quickly returned to normal. In front of him, a golden hexagram appeared. He did not know about Yang Haoyu's glory, but he could feel the great threat that Yang Haoyu posed. Without the assistance of a mount, he did not have the confidence to defeat this powerful knight. The golden hexagram that appeared in front of Long Haochen was very peaceful. As the golden light shone, the lines that outlined the hexagram gradually emitted a 7-colored halo. The 7-colored halo was a representation of a state. In a sense, it was equivalent to the existence of a godly weapon. Then, a tall figure appeared in front of Long Haochen. It was more than 4 meters long and more than 2 meters tall. A pair of huge wings spread out on both sides of its body. Its entire body was bright gold, and its entire body emitted a 7-colored halo. The horn on its head was also completely 7-colored. As soon as it appeared, the light elements in the great trial grounds surged wildly. Ribbons of 7-colored light could be seen circling around its body. The starlight that originally appeared in the air was chased out of the range of the 7-colored halo. Holy Unicorn! Yang Haoyu was also shocked when he saw the magical beast that appeared in front of Long Haochen. In the legends, there were several kinds of magical beasts that were known as the best mounts for a knight, and the knight who owned such a mount could be named after them. Among them, the first ranked was the Holy Dragon Knight, followed by the Holy Unicorn Knight, and then the Dragon Knight, and so on. For the Holy Unicorn to be ranked second, it could be seen how much it increased the knight's prestige and glory. Yang Haoyu was known as the Holy Star Knight because of his mount. However, there were no records of the Holy Star Beast in ancient times. Therefore, it did not belong to the original title of a mount. The knight's ranking was due to the strength of the starry sky itself. It was added later, but the Holy Unicorn that Long Haochen had summoned was the true existence that ranked second. Long Haochen's figure flashed, and he was already sitting on the back of the Holy Unicorn. Suddenly, the Holy Unicorn's body emitted a 7-colored halo that dyed Long Haochen's body in 7 different colors. There was a faint halo of light on the surface of Long Haochen's body. In ancient times, there was a legend. In the hearts of young girls, the ideal lover had to tread on a 7-colored cloud and wear a holy golden armor. This so-called 7-colored cloud referred to the Holy Unicorn. As for what the holy golden armor was, humans no longer knew. But, in a sense, the throne of God could definitely be counted as such, right? No one knew how many years it had been since a holy unicorn had appeared. It had long since gone extinct within the holy demon continent. No one thought that Long Houchin would actually summon such a mount to assist him in battle. Although he couldn't use equipment, that didn't prevent the mount from assisting him. After a brief moment of surprise, Yang Haoyu's expression had returned to normal. However, he did not rush to attack. Instead, he turned to the Knights Templars' VIP stand and said, "Chief Inquisitor, I have a request. Because I am a magical beast, I never use weapons or equipment. My ability has nothing to do with equipment. Therefore, if I summon my companion, I will obviously have the upper hand in this battle. Therefore, I ask for the Chief Inquisitor's special permission to allow Long Houchin to use all of his equipment in this battle." As soon as these words came out, the entire audience was shocked. Yang Haoyu clearly knew that Long Houchin had summoned the Holy Unicorn, which had the second highest compatibility with the knight. Yet, Yang Haoyu still asked him to use his equipment. What kind of confidence was this? Obviously, he believed that Long Houchin was far from being his opponent in this state. In the Knights Templars' resting area, the members of Light of Dawn heard Yang Haoyu's words, and their expressions became strange. Lin Xian couldn't help but say, "Isn't this old knight a little too confident? Didn't he see the light god's domain that boss used before?" Long Tianyin glanced at him and said faintly, "It's good for young people to be confident, but don't be blindly arrogant. Although Houchin is excellent, I'm not optimistic about him in this match. Did you know that as early as 50 years ago, Brother Yang was already a star holy knight who was equally famous as Senior Chinzidian? In terms of individual strength, he even surpassed Senior Chinzidian. Although he wasn't a Knight of the Seal, he had always been the strongest Knights Templars. If it wasn't for the importance of this temple tournament, we wouldn't have been able to invite Brother Yang to fight. Houchin's father, who is my son, Long Xingwu, can only be regarded as Brother Yang's in-name disciple at most." After listening to Long Tianyin, the members of Light of Dawn Monster Hunters realized how powerful Long Houchin was going to be facing. The Knight of the Seal was only his in-name disciple, but he was even stronger than the legendary Chinzidian. What kind of luck did boss have? Long Tianyin said faintly, "I'm not afraid to tell you now. I'm not sure if Li Jingji has successfully broken through, but before Li Jingji, there was only one person in the entire Temple League who broke through the 4th rank of the 9th Order, and that was the Star Holy Knight of our Knights Templars." As soon as this statement came out, the members of Light of Dawn Monster Hunters couldn't help but be shocked. Among them, except for Duan Yi and Yang Wenjiao, the others had also entered the 9th Order. After truly entering the 9th Order, they deeply understood how difficult it was to cultivate after the 9th Order. Almost every increase in spiritual energy by 100 points, they would encounter a bottleneck. What did it mean to break through the 4th rank of the 9th Order? It meant that Yang Haoyu's internal spiritual energy had exceeded 400,000, and they were well aware of Long Houchin's cultivation. He was at the 2nd rank of the 9th Order, and was stuck at the bottleneck of advancing to the 3rd rank. But because he had the heart of eternity, his internal spiritual energy was 90,000 more than ordinary 9th Order powerhouses. So his internal spiritual energy was more than 290,000. However, after all, he was only at the peak of the 2nd rank and had not yet entered the 3rd rank, while Yang Haoyu had already entered the 5th rank. Above the 9th Order, the gap between each level was huge, and there would be many variables. It could be said that the energy needed to break through each level above the 9th Order was definitely not as easy as cultivating from a beginner to the 9th Order. However, after a short period of shock, the people of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters quickly calmed down and sat there looking at the great trial field. Long Tianyin was surprised to find that on the faces of these young people, he saw confidence and persistence. After knowing Yang Haoyu's strength, they could still be so confident. This meant that, to a certain extent, Long Houchin had already become a belief in their hearts. Under the influence of this persistent belief, they had no doubt that Houchin would win. In this case, special permission is granted for Long Houchin to use the equipment, Chinzidian's response was very quick. In a situation where most people thought that the chief referee would not agree, he actually agreed. The slightly younger higher-ups of the Sixth Great Temple were very puzzled. The temple competition was based on fairness. Allowing Long Haochin to use the equipment, would it be fair to the other contestants? On the other hand, the older powerhouses were looking deeply at Yang Haoyu. Even if they had not seen the legendary star Holy Knight before, they had heard of his stories. Long Haochin had already defeated Qiu Yonghao. Now, as the representative of the younger generation, he would be facing the star Holy Knight. In this competition, it was no longer important for the knight to win or lose. What was important was that the hearts of many people who had been roped in by the magic temple had already changed. The Knights Templars had a powerhouse like the Star Holy Knight and a young genius like Long Haochin. Their ruling position could not be replaced by the magic temple. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that. Although Li Jingji was excellent and had been planning for a long time, he had already lost. He had lost to Yang Haohen, who had not participated in this temple competition, but was the previous leader of the Temple League. Yang Haohen was the real schemer. After receiving Chun Zidian's confirmation, Yang Haoyu nodded at Long Haochin and said, "All right, you can put on the equipment now." "Thank you, Senior." Long Haochin nodded and jumped down. He stepped on the fine gold pedestal, and the shining orange-red armor instantly appeared on his body. When he jumped back onto the back of the Holy Unicorn, there was also a heavy sword in each of his hands. The heavy sword in his left hand shone with a white light amidst the dark green brilliance, while the heavy sword in his right hand shone with 7 colors amidst the golden red brilliance. It was Blue Rain, Hibiscus of Light, and Aria of the Goddess of Light. Looking at Long Haochin, who was fully equipped, Yang Haoyu's eyes unconsciously revealed a hint of admiration. He admired Long Haochin's calmness. If it were any other young man who had achieved such an achievement at Long Haochin's age, they would definitely be proud and arrogant. In this temple competition, in front of so many powerhouses, Yang Haoyu asked Long Haochin to put on the equipment and fight. This was undoubtedly a form of contempt. However, after receiving permission from the chief referee Chinzidian, Long Haochin put on the equipment without being arrogant or rash. His gaze was calm, and his emotions did not change at all. This calmness was far beyond what someone his age could possess. "Senior, please advise me." Long Haochin tapped his left shoulder with the aria of the Goddess of Light in his right hand, indicating to Yang Haoyu. Yang Haoyu nodded slightly, pointed the heavy sword in his hands towards the ground, and said indifferently, "Let's begin." Following his words, the two of them shone with light at almost the same time. A vast golden light burst out from Long Haochin's body, accompanied by a sweet-sounding voice, as if it was going to fill the entire great trial field, like when he was facing Qiu Yonghao. However, Yang Haoyu's body also burst out with a bright light. It was also golden, but different from Long Haochin's. After his golden light burst out, it appeared in the night sky. With Yang Haoyu's body as the center, the surrounding space turned into a starry sky, as if he had moved the starry sky here. In this starry sky, there were countless golden light spots, with strange spiritual energy fluctuations, forcibly resisting Long Haochin's god of light domain. The two domains formed a pushing force, causing the distance between them to increase. On one side was a vast and pure golden light, and on the other side was a mysterious and endless starry sky. After the two domains appeared, there was a clear distinction between them. Yang Haoyu's indifferent voice sounded, "Your god of light domain is built from the affinity and understanding of the favored ones towards light, but my light originates from the starry sky and does not belong to this world, nor is it under the control of this world's god of light. Therefore, you can't deprive me of my light. This is my star domain. Take a blow from my stars." As he spoke, Yang Haoyu suddenly raised the heavy sword in his right hand and pointed it towards Long Haochin. Suddenly, thousands of starlight burst out from his domain, gathering at the tip of the sword, and then turned into a straight golden light, blasting straight towards Long Houchen, turning the power of the stars for his own use. This was Yang Haoyu's unique law of stars. The starlight seemed very peaceful, but when it entered Long Houchen's God of Light domain, it did not seem to be affected at all. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Long Houchen. Long Houchen did not attack. The huge 6 wings on his back unfolded at the same time, and the blue rain, hibiscus of light in his left hand, suddenly disappeared. A small, colorful shield replaced the position of the blue rain, hibiscus of light in front of him. Ding! The moment the starlight fell on the sun-moon divine snail shield, it actually produced a metallic, clanging sound. Long Houchen had already used divine defense, but at this moment he felt as if he had been hit by a star head-on. In an instant, the sun-moon divine snail shield shone brightly with colorful golden light. One could clearly see that on Long Houchen's chest, a ball of golden light was beating violently. It was the heart of eternity. When he was fighting with Qiu Yonghao, Long Houchen had used the heart of eternity to beat his opponent back with one punch. At this moment, every time the heart of eternity beat, his spiritual power would recover rapidly, and the colorful golden light on the sun-moon divine snail shield became even more intense. The God of Light domain turned into circles of golden halos, and they converged towards Long Houchen's body. The space in the great trial field seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. On the VIP platform, as the chief referee, Qin Zidian had a solemn look on his face. With him as the leader, all the referees were injecting spiritual power into the shield with all their might to maintain its stability. The ray of starlight finally weakened, and Long Houchen's body was pressed tightly against the shield. What a powerful attack! In order to resist this ray of starlight, Long Houchen had used almost all his strength. He really did not expect Yang Haoyu's strength to reach such a level. Perhaps he could not be compared to the Demon Emperor, but he was definitely at the level of the Moon Demon and the Star Demon. Yang Haoyu smiled and said, "Interesting. This is not your full strength. Let me see where your limit is." In his star field, thousands of starlights appeared again. He raised both his swords at the same time and drew a mysterious trajectory in the air. Finally, the thousands of starlights turned into 9 spots. The 9 spots rotated in the air and then condensed into one, turning into a white and flawless starlight. It attacked Long Houchen. As soon as this white starlight entered the God of Light domain, it immediately stirred up Long Houchen's domain, causing it to fluctuate violently, as if it wanted to tear his God of Light domain apart. This attack had the power to change the color of heaven and earth. Long Houchen's expression was very dignified. The holy unicorn under him let out a long neigh, and a strange layer of 7-colored light was released from its horn, spreading outwards. Long Houchen did not continue to use the shield like before, but instead closed his eyes, and the heart of eternity in his chest began to beat violently. With the holy unicorn's buff, Long Houchen's entire body was dyed with 7 colors, and the fluctuations of the God of Light domain suddenly became strange. The golden light retracted and instantly returned to a diameter of 10 meters around his body, pulsing rhythmically with the heart of eternity. It was as if the entire God of Light domain had become the extension and expansion of his heart of eternity. At the same time as the domain weakened, other than Long Houchen's God of Light domain, the rest of the great trial field was covered by the star field. It seemed that Long Houchen had been suppressed to the limit. However, when the pure white starlight came into contact with the shrinking light God domain again, it was met with strong resistance. It only managed to go a little deeper before it stopped in the light God domain's heartbeat. With every fluctuation of the light God domain, the pure white starlight was clearly weakened. The white color on it gradually disappeared and turned into a golden color. The golden color also gradually faded, and in the end it turned into countless sparkling starlight. Only then did Long Houchin open his eyes, and his right hand made a slashing motion with the aria of the Goddess of Light. "Senior, please receive a strike from me." The aria of the Goddess of Light turned into a dazzling golden color in an instant. The golden light of the light god's domain turned into halos and gathered around it. Long Houchin waved his right hand, and a golden blade of light separated from the sword and slowly flew forward. The starlight that Yang Haoyu had unleashed earlier was instantly destroyed and scattered in all directions. After the golden blade of light destroyed the starlight, it continued to fly forward, and its color actually changed from gold to white. What was even more strange was that wherever the blade of light passed, a pleasant sound rang out. That sound gave off a peaceful and serene feeling to anyone who heard it. On the back of the blade of light, there were even 2 pure white wings. Yang Haoyu's expression turned serious for the first time. He raised the heavy sword in his right hand, and all the starlight in the star field lit up. The white blade of light seemed to enter the star field as soon as it left the God of Light domain, and it didn't seem to encounter any obstructions wherever it passed. A ray of light shot out from the nearest star and landed on the white blade of light. A strange scene appeared. After the white blade of light received the impact, its speed decreased again, but it increased in size and the starlight shattered. This was the first time Yang Haoyu had encountered such a situation. He raised the heavy sword in his right hand and slashed through the void. Thousands of starlight immediately condensed into a huge blade of light, and it slashed towards Long Houchin's seemingly light sword. The 2 blades of light, which were completely disproportionate in size, collided in the air, and a magical scene ensued. It seemed that Long Houchin's blade of light should have been instantly destroyed, but in fact, after the 2 blades of light came into contact, they were in a stalemate. The 2 blades of light stopped in midair at the same time. The huge blade of light, which was surrounded by starlight, slowly collided, suppressing Long Houchin's small blade of light and forcing it to retreat slowly. However, during this process, the small blade of light gradually grew larger, while the large blade of light gradually shrank. Moreover, the speed at which the small blade of light was retreating gradually decreased. "Disintegrate, break!" Yang Haoyu shouted and swung both his swords downwards at the same time. A loud rumble resounded, and the star field shook violently. The blade of light that he had released was instantly shattered, turning into countless specks of starlight that shot out in all directions. Meanwhile, the blade of light that Long Houchin had released was also shattered by the powerful explosive force, turning into countless specks of white light. However, the specks of white light did not dissipate. Instead, they quietly flew back and integrated into Long Houchin's God of Light domain. The violent beating of the heart resounded throughout the entire area. At the moment when the specks of white light retreated, the God of Light domain launched a counterattack against the star field, suppressing the star field back to its original range with an astonishing force. The situation of each side occupying half of the sky reappeared. Chapter 245. At this time, the experts who were watching the battle were completely stunned. Even Li Jingji, who had a high understanding of elements, could not understand what had happened in the battle between Long Houchin and Yang Haoyu. The only one who could really see some clues was the legendary Almighty Qin Zidian. At this time, his face was full of admiration. Yang Haoyu did not continue to attack. He looked at Long Houchin and asked with a puzzled expression, "How did you do it?" "With your cultivation and understanding of the domain, you should not be able to resist my star domain." It seemed that the 2 of them were constantly attacking, but in fact the competition between them was at the level of the domain. Yang Haoyu's attack was the domain, and Long Houchin's defense was the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield. The second time he used the power of the domain, including the small light blade he released at the end, which was also the power of the domain. The full-scale collision of the domains ended with Yang Haoyu retreating. Although there was no clear winner, Yang Haoyu still suffered a slight loss. Long Houchin smiled and said, Senior Star Domain is an eye-opener for me. It is indeed the strongest domain I have ever seen, and it is indeed not bound by the light god's laws. However, there is one thing you have forgotten. Starlight is also light. No matter how large the power of the stars is, its essence also contains a large amount of light. Just like your own ability, which is also dominated by light, my light god's domain has a very good integration effect with all light. Therefore, I used the light in your domain, integrated it, and transformed it into my power to fight against your domain. In a sense, I borrowed a part of your power to fight against you. There was a look of surprise in Yang Haoyu's eyes. He slowly nodded and said, What a good light, God's domain. In terms of the quality of the domain, your domain is indeed half a notch higher than my star domain. In time, when it is completed, it can also compete with the Demon Emperor's dark prison. However, this competition has just begun. Your domain should not have been formed for long. If you want to fight against my star domain, you need to show more. My star field doesn't just belong to me, but it was produced after I fused with the divine beast of the starry sky. Therefore, in a sense, my star field is actually a mutated star field, equivalent to the result of the fusion of two star fields. All of my abilities are also related to the starry sky. What you just faced was only the most basic ability of the star field. Next, I will increase the pressure. Yang Haoyu's attitude was completely that of a senior giving advice to a junior. Long Houchin's expression also became more and more respectful. Yes, his cultivation had been raised to a very strong level, but after all, the time he had been promoted to the stage 9 was still very short. He was far from rich in the ability and experience of a stage 9 powerhouse. When facing an opponent whose cultivation was lower than his, he could naturally deal with it calmly. But if it was an opponent who was stronger than him, it would be a little difficult to deal with. If Yang Haoyu used his strongest attack right from the start, then Long Houchin might not be able to withstand it. However, he was gradually increasing the pressure. This would give Long Houchin extremely valuable domain combat experience. At the same time, under such strong pressure, it would also be of great benefit to Long Houchin's future cultivation. Senior, please give me some pointers. Long Houchin once again used the aria of the Goddess of Light to knock on his shoulder as a salute. Yang Haoyu returned the salute and slowly raised the heavy sword in his right hand in the air. He said in a deep voice, Next, I will begin to use my own domain skill. This is an original creation that I have combined the ability of the Star Beast, the Star Soul Explosion. You have to be careful. Also, let me see how much of my light your light God domain can fuse with in this situation. As he spoke, Yang Haoyu's heavy sword in his right hand had already pointed at a star. Suddenly, the star completely lit up, and the other stars dimmed. This star had a pale golden tail flame, and actually rushed directly towards Long Houchin. Star Soul Explosion. This was the first time Long Houchin had heard of this term, but he knew about domain skills. Yang Haoyu had already told him that he was using a domain skill. So how could Long Houchin not be careful? This was a battle between domains. If he used other abilities, it would mean that his domain had lost. Even though Long Houchin's light God domain had only been activated not long ago, he was not willing to let his domain be at a disadvantage. If that was the case, it would definitely have a huge impact on his future cultivation of domains. With the aria of the Goddess of Light in front of him, countless rings of light once again gathered towards the aria of the Goddess of Light. The colorful golden light emitted by the Holy Unicorn also became more and more intense. Through the heart of eternity, Long Houchin's control over his domain was still lacking. The level of the light God domain could be said to be at the peak of all domains. If he wanted to control a domain of this level, the amount of spiritual power needed was absolutely astronomical. Long Houchin had to rely on the Holy Unicorn's amplification in order to control the domain as if it was his own arm. Of course, as he gained a deeper understanding of the light God domain, this situation would improve. until he completely fused with the light god domain and made the light god domain a part of him. He would also become a part of the light god domain. Only then would he be able to fully control it, just like Yang Haoyu's control over the star domain. The gathered light of the domain circled around the aria of the goddess of light. A light bulb lit up in Long Haochen's heart. The aria of the goddess of light moved forward, and the previously condensed rings of light spread out in the opposite direction, shrouding the incoming star. The speed of the star's flight continued to increase in the star domain. It was about to enter the light god domain, but at this moment the aria of the goddess of light guided the rings of light to meet it and suddenly stopped its forward momentum. Something unexpected happened. The slowed star suddenly froze and all the light was gathered. So much so that Long Haochen's light god domain failed to absorb its light. At the next moment, the star suddenly exploded. Rumble! The violent roar not only resounded through the entire Sanctuary Alliance's great trial ground, but also the entire sacred city. At the moment when the roar erupted, the shield of the Sanctuary Alliance's great trial ground shook violently. Large cracks appeared in every corner of the shield at the same time, and it looked like it could shatter at any time. At this moment, a Sanskrit chant echoed and a golden light suddenly appeared at the top of the shield. After this golden light appeared, countless streams of golden light shrouded the shield and fused with the seven-colored light of the shield, causing the seven-colored shield to become eight-colored. This stabilized the situation and prevented the shield of the great trial field from breaking. His spirit core, that ball of golden light, was Chun Zidian's spirit core. He couldn't casually use his domain, or else it would affect the others in the trial field. Thus, he could only use his own spirit core to stabilize the defense of the trial field. In the great trial field, after the star exploded, Long Haochen and the Holy Unicorn were suddenly blown away. In midair, Long Haochen spat out a mouthful of blood. His light god domain was also violently shaken and almost shattered. This explosive force was really terrifying. Was this the power of a domain technique? Long Haochen's internal spiritual force was as high as 290,000. With the addition of the Golden Foundation armor and the Holy Unicorn's holy light, the total amount of spiritual force he could mobilize was more than 400,000. Although he wasn't at rank 4, the amount of spiritual force he could mobilize was not a small amount. However, in the face of this explosion, he felt like his 7 orifices were sealed and his 6 senses were deprived. Not only was his body shaken, but even his soul was affected. Was this the starry sky spirit explosion technique? At this time, Long Haochen's heart was filled with a strong sense of relief. He didn't expect Yang Haoyu's domain to be so powerful. In the confrontation with Yang Haoyu, because he wasn't familiar with the other party, and the other party was a powerhouse of the Knights Templars, Long Haochen maintained an attitude of testing the other party. This was why he chose to use the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield to withstand the Star Domain attack for the first time instead of resisting it with the domain power. It was the same at this time. He really wanted to try out the power of a domain technique. It was proven that the destructive power of a domain technique was far above that of a forbidden spell. If the star exploded just now, without the shield of the Sanctuary Alliance's great trial field, perhaps the entire holy city would have been destroyed. However, Long Haochen wasn't discouraged because of this. On the contrary, in the face of the huge pressure, something in his body awakened. He took a deep breath and stabilized his body. Facing Yang Haoyu from afar, Long Haochen didn't wipe the blood at the corner of his mouth. His gaze became calmer. The light god domain was once again suppressed to a diameter of 10 meters around his body. Long Haochen took a deep breath, as if he wanted to absorb all the light into his body. The 2 swords in his hands slowly came together above his head. When the 2 swords met, a faint blue light flashed. Immediately after, the blue light turned into a rainbow color, and then into a scorching white color. Back then, he had relied on the power of the twin swords' harmonization to make the demon god Emperor sigh in admiration. However, this twin sword's harmonization was only used to control his light god domain. A layer of strange white light instantly burst out from Hebai's two swords, fusing with the light god domain. At this moment, Yang Haoyu's face revealed a look of shock for the first time. This was because the aura of Long Haochen's light god domain had changed. Every domain had its own unique aura. For example, Yang Haoyu's star domain had a mysterious and boundless aura. As for Long Haochen's light god domain, its original aura was vast and boundless. It was an endless light, pure and gentle. However, at this moment, the aura of the light god domain had undergone a miraculous change. The golden domain had turned white. After a short period of dominance, the scorching white color became gentle again. An aura that Yang Haoyu was somewhat familiar with appeared. That was life, that was creation. Yes, Long Haochen had used the dual sword combination to trigger a state similar to evolution in his light god domain. The white domain gave off a feeling of life and creation. This was the aura of life and creation produced by the fusion of light and water. The light god domain amplified this characteristic by hundreds or even thousands of times, causing its own aura to change accordingly. Life and creation. These were the new mysteries of the light god domain. Long Haochen's eyes also turned scorching white. He held the life and creation swords with both hands and slowly pointed them forward. His light god domain suddenly expanded again. Wherever it passed, the star domain was unable to resist and was forced to retreat. Yang Haoyu waved his right hand. This time, 2 stars flew towards Long Haochen. Once these 2 stars exploded, their power would definitely increase exponentially. As the white light flowed, Long Haochen's light god domain suddenly began to revolve slowly. White ribbons of light stretched out. When the 2 stars arrived in front of the light god domain, 2 ribbons of light immediately spread out and gently enveloped the 2 stars. Yang Haoyu immediately discovered that he had lost contact with these 2 stars. The starry sky spirit explosion could only be detonated after coming into contact with the opponent's ability. When detonating, the explosive force would appear at the core of the opponent's ability. It was impossible to detonate it in advance. At that time, the stars would still be in the star domain, which was equivalent to attacking oneself. However, when his stars came into contact with Long Haochen's light god domain, they actually lost contact and could not detonate. This meant that his starry sky spirit explosion had been destroyed by Long Haochen. At this moment, Yang Haoyu's eyes were filled with shock. He had never imagined that Long Haochen would be able to rely on the evolution of his domain to destroy his domain. Long Haochen's cultivation direction was slightly different from Kai Er's. Kai Er's direction was more focused on the development of domain skills. This was because she had inherited the purification power of the Grim Reaper. Domain skills could greatly increase her attack power. As for Long Haochen, after fusing with Electrolux Sun of Light Physique, he had completely become a part of light. The profound meaning of light was not killing and fighting, but the creation and life that light brought. It was precisely because he had found its true meaning that Long Haochen had chosen this path for himself. That was the path of evolution of his domain. At this moment, he was displaying the second form of the light god domain, which was also the evolved form. Life and creation were both inevitable and coincidental to everything. Using the wonderful changes and connections between inevitability and coincidences, he could resolve some abilities that were beyond the scope of light. The starry sky spirit explosion was indeed powerful, and Long Haochen could not resist it. However, through the evolved light god domain, he had the ability to interrupt the starry sky spirit explosion. Even his star domain had been affected by the laws of life and creation during the expansion of the light god domain, causing it to collapse slightly. Yang Haoyu knew that he had still underestimated this young man. His understanding of domains might not be deep enough, but he had a unique talent. His understanding of light had far surpassed Yang Haoyu's, and he had integrated this understanding into his domain, thus completing the evolution of his domain. Chapter 246. Yang Haoyu's eyes were full of admiration. He understood that as long as this young man was given some time, he would definitely surpass him. What a good life and creation. Then, let our domains have a final confrontation. As he spoke, Yang Haoyu slowly raised his right hand and pointed to the sky. His starry domain shrank for the first time. But during the process, stars were constantly released, and the expansion speed of Long Haochen's light god domain was greatly affected. Even a successful starry sky spirit explosion technique would have a great impact on him. Therefore, he could only slowly dissolve the power of these stars. In the shrinking starry domain, more stars gathered towards Yang Haoyu, falling into his golden armor. His golden armor was gorgeous to begin with, but it became unprecedentedly dazzling when it was embedded with gems formed from the stars. "Domain as me!" Li Zhengji exclaimed, his eyes filled with shock. After the shock, he became dejected. He knew that there was still an insurmountable gap between him and Yang Haoyu. Li Zhengji's biggest advantage in this year's temple tournament was that he had broken through to the 4th rank of the 9th order. His internal spiritual energy had exceeded 400,000. And not only that, he also had 2 powerful domain skills. However, when he saw the ability displayed by Yang Haoyu at this time, he knew that there was still an insurmountable gap between him and this legendary starry sky, holy night. Domain as me, this was the characteristic of the 5th rank of the 9th order, and also the symbol of a 9th order powerhouse entering a higher realm. At this moment, the domain was Yang Haoyu, and Yang Haoyu was his domain. Completely integrating the power of the domain with his body, he had already reached the realm of immortality. Of course, it was not true immortality, but if one could reach the level of domain as me, then the life of a human powerhouse could also be extended to more than 500 years. This was something that Chun Zidian could not achieve, but it appeared on Yang Haoyu. Long Haochen's light god domain gradually enveloped Yang Haoyu. A faint smile appeared on Yang Haoyu's face. His domain had completely fused with his body. It was as if he had fallen into Long Haochen's light god domain. The 2 swords parted, and a path immediately appeared in front of Yang Haoyu. Even the light god's domain, which had already completed its evolution, split apart by itself in front of his 2 swords. The 2 swords in his hands had already become transparent, just like the armor on his body. Starlight flickered, and he was the endless night sky. Crisscrossing cross-slash, the strange starlight cross-flew towards Long Haochen through the tunnel he tore open. Unexpectedly, the light god's domain was unable to close. The flying speed of the starlight cross was very slow, but the huge pressure it produced made Long Haochen's fine gold foundation battlesuit crackle. Countless cracks began to appear on the fine gold foundation battlesuit. This epic equipment could no longer withstand this level of pressure. The holy unicorn spread its wings, a look of pain in its eyes. Under the huge pressure, its head was forced to lower, and the divine light released by its horn became much weaker. This holy unicorn was naturally an evolution of the Star King along with the improvement of Long Haochen's cultivation. It did not have its own domain, and in the confrontation between Long Haochen and Yang Haoyu, its role had been suppressed to a minimum by the star domain. Yang Haoyu's attack was already the pinnacle of his own domain. He compressed his domain into a skill. In this crisscrossing cross-slash, it could be said to contain the infinite starry sky explosion. Even if the light god's domain evolved to the realm of life and creation, it could not dissolve such a powerful domain. This was no longer a difference in the quality of the domain, but a difference in the cultivation of the 2 sides. Ding! With a soft sound, Long Haochen instantly chose to give up the fine gold foundation battlesuit, turning it back into a fine gold foundation battlesuit and falling down. If he did not remove it, the fine gold foundation battlesuit would be destroyed forever. Without the protection of the armor, Long Houchen's situation became even more precarious. The huge pressure made it impossible for him to lower the sword of life and creation that he was holding in his hands. This was the true strength of the Star Holy Knight. It could be said that all the previous battles were equivalent to Yang Haoyu giving Long Houchen pointers to enhance his experience in fighting against stronger opponents. Yang Haoyu's Starlight Cross Slash could have been even faster and directly blasted towards Long Houchen, but he deliberately reduced the speed of his attack and increased the pressure to the maximum. The greater the pressure, the stronger the rebound. With Long Houchen's cultivation, it was very difficult for him to withstand this kind of pressure. There was no doubt that Yang Haoyu was using his powerful strength to force Long Houchen to make a breakthrough. This experience would be indescribably beneficial to his future. Facing the destructive pressure, Long Houchen's body trembled slightly in the air. After the fusion, the sword of life and creation let out a clear and impassioned sound like a dragon's roar. The Starlight Cross Slash was getting closer and closer to Long Houchen, but he still could not effectively block it. He could not even change his movements. Yang Haoyu sighed in his heart. He thought to himself, "Am I asking too much of this child? He's not even 30 years old, and he can already complete a domain evolution. What else do I have to ask of him?" Under the immense pressure, blood started to seep out of Long Houchen's mouth and nose. If this continued, his life would be in danger. Just as Yang Haoyu was about to end his attack, he suddenly saw Long Houchen's eyes. His golden eyes were still clear. Under such heavy pressure, his emotions were still calm. There was even a hint of gentleness in his eyes, and that gentleness also contained a hint of persistence. He hasn't given up. This was Yang Haoyu's first reaction. At this moment, he saw a layer of purple in Long Houchen's eyes. Purplish gold light erupted from his eyes almost instantly, and 9 purple light patterns appeared on his forehead. A tsunami of purplish gold light expanded from Long Houchen's back, just like that. The evolved light God's domain, which was originally white, instantly turned purplish gold. The aura of life and creation disappeared, and in its place was a supreme majesty and endless intent of destruction. In that instant, Long Houchen's temperament changed. The only thing that didn't change was his gentle and calm gaze. A huge phantom appeared behind Long Houchen. It wasn't the goddess of light. After he absorbed Electrolux's essence as the son of light, he could no longer use the god's descent technique. This was because his spiritual power was already at the light god's level, and he was in existence on the same level as the goddess of light. This huge phantom was purple, and it was crystal clear. Its 6 huge heads were raised high, and on each side of the 6 heads there was a huge bulge that was almost level with the 6 heads. Its huge body gradually turned from illusory to solid, and its huge wings spread out, covering Long Houchen's purplish gold light god's domain. It burst forth with unparalleled nobility and majesty. Yes, it had come. When Long Houchen was facing heavy pressure and was on the brink of death, its bloodline had summoned it. Roar! A monstrous roar sounded behind Long Houchen. A dense purple aura bloomed and turned into a purple halo that blew towards Yang Haoyu. A shocking scene appeared. Everywhere the purple light passed, everything around Long Houchen turned purplish gold, while the Starlight Cross Slash stopped in the air. It was shocking to see that, be it the Starlight Cross Slash or the passage that Yang Haoyu had torn open, countless starlights were peeled away as the purple light spread. Yang Haoyu's 2 swords changed continuously, and rays of starlight interweaved in the air to form a magnificent star map. However, it seemed to be useless in front of the purple halo, and the star map was blown away. When the purple light affected Yang Haoyu, his body trembled violently, and an illusory cloud of light was peeled away from his body and floated backwards. The sword of life and creation in Long Houchen's hand finally fell, and it slashed at the Starlight Cross Slash, whose power had been greatly reduced. A crisp cracking sound was heard, and the Starlight Cross Slash was broken. Under the guidance of Qi, Long Haochen stepped out of the void, and the huge light shadow behind him instantly melted into his body like rivers flowing into the sea, turning into a magnificent purplish gold armor. However, this purplish gold armor was too domineering. When it swept over Long Haochen's body, it actually shook the holy unicorn away. Strangely enough, in the face of such a situation, the holy unicorn didn't even have the slightest intention of resisting. It stepped on the 7-colored hexagram and quietly disappeared. If anyone had been paying attention, they would have noticed that when the huge purple figure appeared, the eyes of the holy unicorn and ancient mutant were filled with fear. In contrast to the magnificent purplish gold armor that Long Haochen was wearing, Yang Haoyu's starlight armor and the 2 swords in his hands had actually disappeared. That roar just now, a ball of purple halo, had actually forcefully stripped away the connection between him and the starlight mythological beast. At this moment, Yang Haoyu's expression changed. Second evolution. He actually completed the 2nd evolution of his domain. This was impossible. Even as an expert at the 5th rank of the 9th rank, he could not do this. At the very least, he would need to be at the 6th rank of the 9th rank, or even the 7th rank of the 9th rank to achieve this. He could feel his companion trembling. The purple halo actually made the starlight mythological beast, known as the number 1 mythological beast under the starry sky, tremble in fear. Ever since he formed a contract with the starlight mythological beast, this was the first time Yang Haoyu had encountered such a situation. Long Haochen had been suppressed since the start of the match. Now that the pressure had been lifted, he almost subconsciously launched an attack under the guidance of the Qi. At this time, the light god domain was in a special state. In fact, it was not a 2nd evolution, but like Long Haochen himself, it was covered with a layer of armor. This armor was the power of Haoyue. That purple figure with 6 big heads had disappeared for 5 years. Wasn't it Haoyue who had almost died because of Long Haochen? That thick purple halo was the power of Haoyue's bloodline. More than 4 years had passed. Long Haochen's cultivation had been promoted to the 2nd rank of the 9th rank, and Haoyue had also made great progress. Its body size had further increased, and now it was more than 30 meters long. Its whole body was covered with amethyst-like scales, but in fact, its cultivation was only at the peak of the 8th rank. However, it was only to evaluate Haoyue, so naturally it could not be judged by a simple rank. The 2 huge bulges seemed to have the possibility of evolving into heads again. The 6-headed Haoyue had already reached the peak of the 8th rank. If it could have 2 more heads and reach 8, what kind of level would it be? Even Long Haochen himself could not imagine. At the same time, because Haoyue's potential was getting stronger and stronger, Long Haochen became more and more curious about its origin. After integrating Haoyue's bloodline power, Long Haochen's own Haoyue bloodline was also stimulated. The light god domain was originally peaceful, but now it was noble and majestic. Besides life and creation, it was covered with a layer of destruction and destruction. These were originally 2 extremes, but under the effect of Haoyue's powerful bloodline power, they were perfectly combined. Haoyue was certainly not as powerful as Long Haochen now, but the level of its bloodline power could even make the starry sky beast unable to bear it, and it was stripped from Yang Haochen's body, which was equivalent to breaking Yang Haochen's star domain. Under such circumstances, Long Haochen's attack also increased to the strongest. The heart of eternity beat vigorously, and the purple gold divine sword burst out with unprecedented brilliance. The tyrannical sword intent brought with it a leisurely purple gold divine light in the air. At this moment, the sword soul and the sword intent merged into one. After the suppression, the rebound caused Long Haochen's realm to instantly increase. However, Yang Haoyu was, after all, Yang Haoyu. The divine beast of the starry sky had only been separated from him for a moment before it covered his body again. However, the enhancement of the star domain had been weakened. Facing Long Haochen's sword which was like an antelope's horn hanging from an antelope's horn, but was full of the truth of heaven and earth. He shouted loudly. The two swords in his hands followed a mysterious trajectory and combined. Thousands of starlights became one and collided with Long Houchen's sword. This collision did not matter, but Chun Zidian, who was on the VIP stand of the Knights Templars, changed his expression. His body flashed, and he arrived at the top of the protective cover. He shouted, "Everyone, attack with all your strength. Support the protective cover." Inside the protective cover, the two of them were fighting excitedly. This was the collision of the two of them with all their strength, which had already surpassed the level of ordinary domains. However, they seemed to have forgotten that this was a competition, and it was in the great trial field of the Sanctuary Alliance. The collision of their level was already not something that the protective cover of the divine weapon could withstand. Once the protective cover was broken, perhaps the entire sacred city would be affected. There were so many people outside, if it really exploded, it would be an unprecedented disaster. Chun Zidian did not stop them previously because he was very familiar with Yang Haoyu, and he knew that Yang Haoyu's cultivation was strong, and he was also a person who knew his limits. However, who knew that after Long Houchen suddenly summoned another magical beast to merge with him, he actually forced Yang Haoyu to separate from the Starry Sky Beast. This stimulated Yang Haoyu's strong competitive spirit, and as a result, it resulted in the collision of the strongest attacks. If it exploded, perhaps only a few of the higher-ups of the 6 temples present, who were below the 9th rank, would be able to survive. As the chief referee, how could he let such a situation happen? He immediately asked for help, and the protective cover was the only way to unite everyone's strength. Hearing Chun Zidian shout, the higher-ups of the 6 temples almost acted without hesitation. Li Zhengji was the first to rush out, and he pressed both hands on the protective cover, injecting all his spiritual power into it. This protective cover was very magical. In addition to injecting spiritual power through the matrix, it could also be injected directly into the protective cover, but it did not have the amplification effect like injecting into the matrix. The Grand Temple competition was a competition between the strongest in the Temple League, and all kinds of situations had happened before. Things like increasing the defensive power of the protective cover had also happened in the past temple competitions. For example, back then, the Sun of Reincarnation almost tore the protective cover into pieces. Although the protective cover of the great trial field of the Sanctuary Alliance covered a large area, there was strength in numbers. Everyone present was the top experts of the 6 temples, and with everyone's cooperation, the protective cover was strengthened to an extremely high level in an instant. At this moment, the shaking of the mountain suddenly broke out, and the inside of the protective cover was filled with flowing lights and vibrant colors. The figures of Long Houchen and Yang Haoyu were completely submerged in the magnificent brilliance, and the violent shaking had affected the entire sacred city, as if there was an earthquake. The protective cover withstood the strong impact, and because some of the people maintaining the protective cover had flown over from the viewing area, their cultivation was lower than rank 8. Under the huge shaking, they were pushed back one by one, and the colorful light of the entire protective cover was flickering silently. Everyone could feel that there was an extremely terrifying power in the protective cover, and once it broke out, it would be destructive. The protective cover could withstand the impact of spiritual power, but the bottom of it could not be directly entered to increase the defense. At that moment, the bottom had already cracked, causing the entire great trial field of the Sanctuary Alliance to shake violently, and the top even began to show signs of cracks. At this moment, suddenly a colorful golden light appeared in midair, and the golden light expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it had already broken through the top of the great trial field of the Sanctuary Alliance, and then slowly descended, covering the entire great trial field. The shaking of the sacred city finally stopped, but the great trial field of the Sanctuary Alliance was greatly damaged because of the golden light, and the top had completely disappeared. It was a pagoda, and it was shining with flowing lights and vibrant colors. On the pagoda, there were countless complicated golden demonic patterns that shone with colorful luster. The pagoda had 7 floors, and its size at that moment was just enough to cover the people maintaining the protective cover in the great trial field of the Sanctuary Alliance and the entire protective cover. At the moment when it landed on the ground, the terrifying shaking of the mountain was finally maintained. Outside the great trial field of the Sanctuary Alliance, it was already a mess. All the magic crystal screens that were broadcasting had already turned into powder, and the people had a certain degree of panic in the midst of the shock. Fortunately, the terrifying power that was like an earth dragon turning over only lasted for a very short period of time before it returned to normal. Looking at the huge pagoda that appeared after breaking through the great trial field of the Sanctuary Alliance, the people exclaimed one after another in an instant. Kai quietly floated in midair, and her right hand was stretched out in front of her with her palm facing up. There was no doubt that the thing that suppressed the great trial field of the Sanctuary Alliance was the Tower of Eternity. The current Tower of Eternity was completely different from before. It was less magical, but it had become a real artifact. Although it was not at the level of a supreme artifact, it had the ability to travel through space and had a strong defense. Before the undead disaster Electrolux purified it, it had already recognized Kai as its master. Now it was a powerful artifact that could attack and defend, and it even had the ability to escape through space. The Tower of Eternity emitted a slight buzz, and it lasted for nearly a quarter of an hour before it gradually calmed down. A golden light flashed on Kai-Er's chest, and her right hand waved toward the Tower of Eternity. The Tower of Eternity first flew up 20 meters, then it quickly shrank and fell toward Kai-Er's hand. Finally, it turned into a delicate, golden, exquisite pagoda that was only 7 inches high, and it fell into her palm. Kai-Er turned her wrist, and the eternal melody on her chest flashed again. The Tower of Eternity turned into a stream of light and disappeared without a trace. Her eyes were already looking at the great trial field eagerly. At that moment, the great trial field had calmed down, and the shield did not break after all. The higher-ups of the 6 temples that maintained the shield also flew back one after another. Many people looked at Kai-Er. If it wasn't for the suppression of the Tower of Eternity, although Sacred City would not really be in danger, the situation that was like an earth dragon turning over would definitely cause great chaos in Sacred City. In the great trial field, the ground looked like it had been plowed. The entire ground was turned over, and Long Haochin and Yang Haoyu were on both sides. Long Haochin landed on the ground, using the 2 separated heavy swords to support his body. His face looked a little pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. However, one could clearly see that on his chest, a golden light was shining powerfully. That was a sign that the heart of eternity was beating, and a large amount of light elements were rapidly recovering. Although Yang Haoyu was still floating in the air, he looked a little embarrassed. His hair was messy, and the starry sky armor on his body had disappeared. Chun Zidian was slightly panting. In order to maintain the shield, he paid the most. Looking at the 2 people in the field, he could not help but feel speechless. I lost. Long Haochin and Yang Haoyu almost looked at each other and said almost at the same time, Huh. Chun Zidian looked at them with some doubt. Without waiting for Long Haochin to speak, Yang Haoyu already said in a deep voice, Although I had the upper hand in the battle just now, your spiritual power recovery speed is faster than mine. You can also summon the Holy Unicorn to help you again. If the battle continues, your chances of winning will be higher. Needless to say, I admit defeat. After saying that, his figure flashed, and he took the lead to remove the shield. Long Haochin's eyes showed gratitude. He knew that Yang Haoyu was deliberately letting him win, and the one who lost was actually him. It could be said that his potential was squeezed out by Yang Haoyu. If Yang Haoyu went all out from the beginning, then he would have already lost. Even in the last collision, Yang Haoyu had the upper hand. If Yang Haoyu wanted to kill him, then at most, Long Haochen could only seriously injure him. With the heart of eternity, Long Haochen's spiritual power recovery speed was indeed faster than Yang Haoyu's. But if Yang Haoyu did not give him time to recover, all of this would be useless. There was still a big gap between Long Haochen and Yang Haoyu's strength, but this battle had undoubtedly brought him great benefits, especially in the use of the domain. Yang Haoyu had taught him an important lesson. Yang Haoyu admitted defeat in order to fulfill his plan. Obviously, Long Tianyin had already told Long Haochen's plan to the Knights Templars, and even the strongest person in the alliance. Chen Zidian's face showed a trace of a mixture of gratification and surprise. He nodded at Long Haochen and said, "In that case, Long Haochen wins and enters the 4th round. As the large trial field has suffered great damage, the competition will be suspended for today. Immediately organize people to repair it, and the competition will continue tomorrow morning." If the battle between Long Haochen and Qiu Yonghao made him the focus of attention, then the battle between him and Yang Haoyu was the work that made him famous. The collision between domains, the confrontation between evolved domains and domain skills, and the competition between magical beasts and magical beasts. Although no one could clearly see the final result of this battle, there was no doubt that Long Haochen had displayed his strength to everyone. As a young man who was only 25 years old, he had used his cultivation to conquer everyone. From this moment onwards, the light of Dawn Monster Hunters had truly risen to the level of the other 6 temple competitions in this year's temple competition. Walking out of the protective shield, Long Haochen strode to Yang Haoyu's side and bowed respectfully to him, saying, "Grandfather Yang, thank you for fulfilling my wish." Yang Haoyu smiled slightly and said, "I'm not fulfilling your wish. You're the one who fulfilled your wish. According to my original intention, I wanted to kill your spirit. Failure is the mother of success. Only when you lose in battle can it stimulate people to find their own weaknesses. It was your own strength that changed my view. You're the most talented young man I've ever seen. At the same time, you have a calmness and experience that doesn't match your age. The Knights Templars and even the entire Alliance will be handed over to you. With the help of us old fellows, you can rest assured. From you, I can truly see the rise of humanity and the possibility of breaking through the Dark Age. If you have nothing else, come with me. I have something to say to you." "Yes, Grandfather Yang." Long Haochen hurriedly agreed. Long Tianyin patted him on the shoulder and gave Yang Haoyu a standard knight's salute. Although chaos had broken out in the great trial field of the Sanctuary Alliance today, the Sanctuary Alliance had mobilized enough manpower for this year's temple competition. At this time, the crowd outside had been evacuated in an orderly manner. At the same time, many craftsmen had been dispatched to maintain and reorganize the great trial field of the Sanctuary Alliance. Yang Haoyu brought Long Haochen out of the great trial field quietly. With their cultivation, it was very easy for them to not be discovered. Instead of going to the Sanctuary Alliance's headquarters, Yang Haoyu brought Long Haochen to a place that he was familiar with, the Monster Hunters' Mission Tower. Because of the temple competition, this place seemed to be very clean. The people here seemed to know Yang Haoyu. They did not even ask a question and allowed them to go to the top of the tower. Under Yang Haoyu's lead, Long Haochen followed him all the way to the 7th floor of the Monster Hunters' Mission Tower. This was a place that he had never been to before. The first 6 floors of the Monster Hunters' Mission Tower were used to issue missions. As for the 7th floor, only the legend-ranked monster hunters who had accepted the missions from the 6th floor could come up. Although Long Haochen was already the captain of the legend-ranked monster hunters, this was the first time he had come to this place. When they arrived, Long Haochen was surprised to find that there was already a person waiting for them on the 7th floor. "Senior Qin, you are here too?" Long Haochen was pleasantly surprised and went forward to greet him. The person waiting here was none other than the chief judge of the temple competition, Chen Zidian. Chen Zidian laughed and said, Brother Yang gave me a flirtatious look before leaving the arena. How could I not come? Yang Hao Yu said in a bad mood. Old Qin, you are already so old, but you are still not serious. In front of young people, you should pay attention to your words. Chen Zidian smiled and said, What is there to pay attention to? My nature is like this. Otherwise, according to seniority, it would be enough for you to call me ancestor. Long Haochen, your performance today has really made me look at you in a new light. Long Haochen's face turned slightly red and said, Actually, I lost. It was Grandfather Yang who let me win on purpose. There is still a big gap between me and Grandfather Yang. Chen Zidian shook his head and said, It doesn't matter if there is a gap as long as there is hope. You have indeed given us an unprecedented hope. Old Yang, am I right? Yang Hao Yu nodded and said, This child's talent is something I have never seen before in my life. Even I am somewhat jealous of him. Chen Zidian said, Looking at your battle, I can't help but think of 10 years ago. Brother Yang, do you know? 10 years ago, when I first met this kid, Long Haochen, he was only about 15 years old. At that time, I discovered his talent. I told him to work hard and strive to inherit my mantle in the future, and inherit the title of Demon God's Fall. Yang Hao Yu couldn't help but be moved and said, You have good eyes. Chen Zidian laughed and said, I have always thought that our Demon God's Fall is still a little famous. But do you know what this kid replied to me? Yang Hao Yu asked doubtfully, Did he refuse? Chen Zidian laughed and said, Of course he refused. He told me that if one day they can really become legend-ranked monster hunters, then they won't be called Demon God's Fall, but Light of Dawn. I have lived for more than 300 years, but I never thought that there would be a day when I would be shocked by a mere 15-year-old child. But that day I was truly shocked, and so were my companions. Light of Dawn, what a good name, bringing light to humanity in the darkness. In these 10 years, I didn't see the process that he went through, but I saw the results that he went through. Originally, 5 years ago, our lives had already come to an end. Humans can't fight against fate, but with the start of the Holy War, we had no choice but to use a secret method to stay. Another 5 years have passed, and I finally see hope. There is a successor. There is a successor. That's right. Chen Zidian had followed Long Haochen and the rest back from the demons. Speaking of which, when Long Haochen and the rest fell into the demon emperor's trap, it was indeed the will of the heavens. The demon gods, fall monster hunters, had always been hiding in the heart of Demon City. Back then, when Long Haochen and the rest had caused such a huge commotion in the heart of Demon City, if the demon god's fall was still there, he would definitely have reacted immediately to support them. However, when Long Haochen and the rest entered the heart of Demon City, it just so happened that the demon god's fall was at the end of his life. So the team temporarily withdrew from Demon City and found a place to cultivate, using a secret method to prolong his life. Chen Zidian and the rest had lived for more than 300 years, and the time they had lived in the demon's territory was longer than the time they had lived in the Temple League. In fact, they had long lost all attachment to life. However, that holy war made them not dare to leave just like that. Once the demon emperor lost his restraints and joined the holy war, then humans would definitely face a huge disaster. After Long Haochen and the rest finished their closed-door cultivation in the Tower of Eternity, Long Haochen sneaked into Demon City again. The first thing he did was to look for Yu Yi, wanting to check on Yu Ye's situation. However, Yu Ye's residence in the Moon Devils was already empty, and there was no trace of her. After that, Long Haochen left the monster hunter's contact signal in Demon City. He did not expect that he would be able to contact the demon gods, Fall, led by Chen Zidian. It was also from them that Long Haochen learned about the various changes that had taken place in the mainland over the past few years, as well as the news that the temple tournament was about to be held. Chen Zidian followed Long Haochen and the rest back and gave advice to Long Haochen. After a discussion, Long Haochen decided to directly participate in the temple tournament in the name of the Light of Dawn. He only had one purpose, and that was to end the current situation of the Temple League's disunity. Hearing Chun Zidian say that his life was about to end, Long Houchen's expression could not help but dim, and he lowered his head in silence. Yang Haoyu smiled and said, "You don't have to be like this, Long Houchen. If you can let old Chin see the hope of us humans breaking through the dark age before he leaves, I believe he will definitely leave with a smile." Chin Zidian smiled and nodded. "That's right, old Yang. Why did you call this young fellow over? Just say it." Yang Haoyu said, "Originally, when Tian Yin told me that he should inherit the position of the Temple Master of the Knights Templars, and at the same time contribute to the new alliance, I was still skeptical. In today's battle, he used his strength to convince me, and I've decided to support him fully. The alliance has been in a state of disunity for too long, and after the Holy War, it's finally ushered in the best opportunity. I believe that the other major temples have seen today's battle very clearly. Old Chin, do you think we should end the temple tournament in advance? Don't waste time." Chin Zidian shook his head and said, "No, the temple tournament is not child's play. Moreover, for these young people, it's also a very important experience. The tournament still needs to continue. Don't you have confidence in Houchen? Even if he can't beat Li Jingji in a one-on-one battle, I'm still very confident in their performance in the team battle later." Yang Haoyu said, "If that's the case, then let's continue. Houchen, I called you here today because there's another thing I want to remind you about." "Go ahead," Long Houchen replied respectfully. Yang Haoyu said, "The establishment of the new alliance is imperative. This time our goal is to establish a highly centralized alliance or even a country. Your current strength is enough, but you still lack one thing, the throne of God." Hearing the words throne of God, Long Houchen's body couldn't help but tremble. He still clearly remembered the shock he felt when he saw his father use the throne of God for the first time. The throne of God of doomsday and massacre had left a deep impression on him. At that time, he looked forward to the day he could also become a Knight of the Seal. Chapter 247. When do you plan to accept the test of the throne of God? Yang Haoyu asked in a low voice. Long Houchen said, "After the temple tournament, I will return to the Knights Templars as soon as possible to accept the test of the throne of God. Not only me, but Han Yu and Zhang Fangfang will also go with me. They have also broken through to the Ninth Order and have the qualifications." Yang Haoyu nodded and said, "Indeed, you have the qualifications. I called you here today because I hope that you are prepared. If your goal is the eternal and creative throne of God, then from now on, you must consider it clearly." Long Houchen's heart moved. He knew that among the experts of the Knights Templars in this world, Yang Haoyu should be the only one who had tried to obtain the eternal and creative throne of God. Although he failed, that experience must be the most valuable treasure. Yang Haoyu said, "Do you know why I didn't become the Knight of the Seal in the end?" Long Houchen said, "Because you put all your energy into obtaining the recognition of the eternal and creative throne of God." Yang Haoyu smiled bitterly and said, "Speaking of which, this is the problem of the starry sky. When I was young, I climbed the sacred mountain of the night, but I didn't find a suitable magical beast. So, like you, I looked for it in the teleportation circle. Your multi-headed magical beast should have been obtained there. Speaking of which, we were both very lucky. I also obtained the recognition of the starry sky there. The strongest ability of the starry sky divine beast is fusion. It doesn't have any offensive or defensive abilities, but it can attract the power of the starry sky to help me train and fight. At the same time as my training increases, its ability will also gradually increase. That's how it got the title of the #1 divine beast in the starry sky. From a certain point of view, although the throne of God is the signature of the Knights Templars, if it's just the other 5 thrones of God, the benefits they bring me are far less than the starry sky. To me, the starry sky is not only a divine weapon, but also an excellent companion to assist in training. My talent is actually not as good as old Chen's. It's only with the help of the starry sky that I have achieved what I have today. However, the higher the level of the magical beast, the more pride it has. It's not that I didn't want to choose the other throne of God, but the starry sky didn't allow me to choose. It told me that it would not attach itself to a divine weapon of a lower level than itself. So, I could only challenge the recognition of the eternal and creative throne of God. In the end, I failed. Long Haochen suddenly realized that there was such a story behind Yang Haoyu. No wonder he didn't get the throne of God with his level of cultivation. Yang Haoyu said, "What surprised me the most today was not your level of cultivation, but the contrast between the starry sky and your multi-headed magical beast. At the last moment, after you summoned your multi-headed magical beast, it let out a roar and temporarily separated me from starry sky. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation since I formed a contract with the starry sky. Do you know what starry sky sent me at that time?" Long Haochen shook his head. Yang Haoyu said in a low voice, "The starry sky was afraid. From what I know, the starry sky has always been arrogant, even towards me, a contract partner. However, for the first time, I felt the cowardice in his character. After the competition, I asked him what happened. After a moment of silence, he told me that if he is the first divine beast under the starry sky, then your multi-headed magical beast is the first demon god above the starry sky. He and your magical beast are far from being on the same level." He refused to say more. The first demon god above the starry sky? Yang Haoyu looked at the shocked expression on Long Haochen's face and couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Don't tell me you don't know the origin of your magical beast." Long Haochen shook his head and said, "When I first summoned Haoyue to this world, it was just a lizard-like magical beast. At that time, it was covered with cuts and bruises." At this moment, he told them how he used his blood to save Haoyue, giving it a second head of the light attribute, and then to Haoyue's continuous evolution, gaining more and more strength, and even the destruction of the demon god pillar. After listening to Long Haochen's description, Chun Zidian and Yang Haoyu looked at each other. The eyes of these two legendary almighties were filled with shock. They originally thought that Long Haochen destroyed the demon god pillar by relying on the pure power of light of the scion of the holy light, but now they knew that it was actually the ability of Haoyue. So the demon emperor wanted to kill you in order to use the blood contract between you and Haoyue to kill it. What kind of mutant is this Haoyue that even the demon emperor is afraid of?" Chun Zidian revealed a thoughtful look, but with more than 300 years of life experience, he had no impression of a magical beast like Haoyue. Yang Haoyu smiled faintly and said, "Old Chin, you don't have to think too much. Although we don't know where Haoyue came from, one thing we can be sure of is that it will definitely be used by us. Don't you understand the binding power of the blood contract? It is equivalent to a part of Haochen's body." Hearing this, Chun Zidian's face also revealed a look of relief. Indeed, with the binding force of the blood contract, the stronger Haoyue was the better. Yang Haoyu said to Long Haochen, "It seems that the two huge bulges on the left and right sides of your magical beast's neck can become more heads. It is already at the pinnacle of the 8th rank with 6 heads. If it can evolve to 8 heads, won't its strength increase to a level that we can't even imagine? It doesn't need to be much, as long as its cultivation can be equivalent to the 3rd rank of the 9th rank, and also has the ability of a domain. Then I will not be a match for it at all if it cooperates with you. At that time, you will truly be the strongest person in our Temple League. Haochen, you have to hurry up and help it break through." Long Haochen nodded. In fact, he already had a plan in mind. His improvement over the past 4 years not only helped Haoyue heal all of its injuries, but also made Haoyue's strength improve by leaps and bounds. In the past 5 years, all the spiritual energy he absorbed from the Tower of Eternity had been transferred to Haoyue, so Haoyue could definitely be said to be well prepared now. His foundation was already accumulated enough, and he could break through at any time. However, Haoyue told him through his thoughts that this breakthrough was likely to lead them to face the most powerful existence in Hauyue's plane. The powerhouses in that plane were already on full alert, and if they couldn't stop Hauyue's evolution this time, then they would no longer be able to restrain Hauyue. Therefore, Long Haochen had to be fully prepared, as this was a matter of life and death for Hauyue and them. After this temple league ended, Long Haochen would first strive to obtain the recognition of the throne of God, and then help Hauyue break through, which would increase his chances of success. Yang Haoyu said, "Among the 6 throne of God, except for the throne of God of eternity and creation, the other 5 throne of God can be said to be replicas of it. Although they have reached the level of artifacts, they're not on the same level as the eternal and creation throne of God. With your talent and cultivation, you can definitely obtain the recognition of these throne of God, and you can directly become a knight of the seal. However, if you want to become the owner of the eternal and creation throne of God, then you must accept its test. Back then, I failed when I accepted the test." "Test?" Haochen asked curiously. "Grandfather Yang, what is the test of the eternal and creation throne of God?" Yang Haoyu said, "This is also what I want to tell you. At that time, the main reason why I failed was Long Haochen, Yang Haoyu, and Chen Zidian had a secret talk for more than 2 hours before they left the Monster Hunter's mission tower. Yang Haoyu not only told Long Haochen about the magic of the eternal and creation throne of God, but also told him some of his experience in the field of domain, which benefited him a lot. The chaos in the sacred city had gradually subsided. Under the guidance of a large number of experts from the 6 temples, the order in the sacred city had returned to normal. The great trial field of the Sanctuary Alliance was being repaired in full swing. At least 1,000 craftsmen were involved in it. Fortunately, the internal protection circle was not damaged. With the cooperation of so many craftsmen, it was enough to repair it in 1 day. The next morning, the competition in the temple continued. When Long Haochen led the light of dawn monster hunters into the great trial field of the Sanctuary Alliance again, they almost instantly attracted the attention of all the experts from the 6 temples. The 3rd round of the competition yesterday was coming to an end. Soon, the last few competitions were over, and the top 24 were decided. The 3rd round of the competition ended. Every contestant who won would get 4 points. After this round of competition, there were only 5 contestants from the Knights Templars left. There were 6 from the Magic Temple, 3 from the Soul Temple, 2 from the Assassin Temple, and only 1 from the Warrior Temple past the 3rd round. The Light of Dawn Monster Hunters was the biggest dark horse, with a total of 7 people passing the 3rd round. After the 3rd round, there were some changes in the ranking. The Knights Templars had 66 points, the Magic Temple had 65 points, the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters had 56 points, the Soul Temple had 42 points, the Assassin Temple had 34 points, and the Warrior Temple had 24 points. The Bright Glimmer of Dawn Demon Hunt Squad participated in the individual competition with 10 members, and after 3 rounds of competition, they unexpectedly jumped to the 3rd place. Moreover, although there was a gap between them and the first 2, it wasn't an insurmountable gap. The gap between the Magic Temple and the Night Temple was only 1 point. At this time, the individual competition had reached its final climax. The 4th round would definitely change the ranking again. This round, every winner would get as many as 8 points. Without a doubt, the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters had become the most popular. There were 7 of them in the 4th round, and they would participate in 7 out of the 12 competitions. Chen Zidian's dignified voice rang out again. The 4th round of the individual competition begins now. 2 light of choice descended from the sky with a whoosh, transforming in the air. One of them landed directly in the resting area of the Knights Templars. After all, there were 5 people from the Knights Templars participating in the 4th round and 7 from the Light of Dawn. They made up more than half of the participants in the 3rd round. The light condensed and stopped on a Knights Templars Knight. At the same time, The other light of choice made its choice and chose a powerhouse from the magic temple. The fourth round of intense competition had begun. After the battle between Long Haochen and Yang Haoyu the day before, Li Jingji looked exceptionally calm today. He sat in the first row of the participants' resting area in the magic temple. As usual, there was a faint smile on his face, as if the outstanding performance of the Light of Dawn Knight had nothing to do with him. In the fourth round, almost all the remaining participants were rank 9 powerhouses. Moreover, they were the cream of the crop among rank 9 powerhouses, so the competition became even more intense. 2 hours later, half of the 12 matches in the fourth round had passed. Of the 3 participants from the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters, Wang Yuanyuan and Lin Xian advanced to the next round, while Zhang Fangfang lost to Li Jingji. In the 7th match, when the light of choice shone on Long Haochen again, the entire arena was silent. On the surface, Long Haochen looked no different from the day before. He still had a smile on his face, and his entire body exuded a gentle aura. However, now, no one dared to underestimate the leader of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters. Before the battle between Yang Haoyu and Long Haochen, not many people knew him. However, after the battle between them, Yang Haoyu's identity quickly spread. He was the #1 powerhouse of the Knights Templars. After all, only a small number of people could truly understand that battle. Most people only knew that in that battle, Long Haochen was the final winner. Such a young leader of the legend rank Monster Hunters had defeated the Warrior Temple Lord and the #1 powerhouse of the Knights Templars. It could be said that Long Haochen and the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters had become the focus of this year's temple tournament. The glory of the 6 temples had been overshadowed by their strong performances. In the 4th round, Long Haochen fought again. What was surprising was that this time, whether it was fate or Long Haochen's bad luck, this time he would face another domain realm master. Moreover, it was one of the most famous masters in the Temple League, the Soul Temple Lord, Qin Hongba, who possessed the Beast King domain. When Qin Hongba saw that his opponent was Long Haochen, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. If there was someone he didn't want to face, it would be Long Haochen. Through the battle between Long Haochen and Yang Haoyu yesterday, he also understood that the difference between his cultivation and Yang Haoyu's was not just a little bit. Although Long Haochen had only won because Yang Haoyu was willing to give in to him, the fact that he was able to hold on to such an extent had fully demonstrated the strength of this young man. In less than 5 years, he had already become a domain realm master. If he lost to him, it would definitely be a huge loss of face. Even if he won, winning against such a young man wasn't something to be proud of. Thus, when Qin Hongba walked out of the Soul Temple side, his expression didn't look too good. Long Haochen wasn't chinning. Also, as the Soul Temple Lord, of course, he couldn't admit defeat. He couldn't even go easy on Long Haochen. Long Haochen walked into the arena, first to show his respect to Qin Hongba. When he saw him enter the arena, he bowed to Qin Hongba with a standard knight's salute and said, "Hello, Temple Lord Qin." "Yes." Qin Hongba nodded and said, "Let's begin." He didn't want to say anything else. He could only try his best to win this match. After all, Long Haochen couldn't use weapons and equipment like he did in the previous match. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that if the Sword of Life and Sword of Creation didn't exist, Long Haochen wouldn't be able to change his domain a second time. It wasn't that he didn't have a chance to win against Long Haochen. After all, he was still a level 3 9th level master, while Long Haochen shouldn't have reached level 3 yet. However, Qin Hongba was indeed traumatized by facing Long Haochen. Initially, he had the upper hand in the battle with the Light of Dawn. However, who knew that when Long Haochen summoned his 6-headed summoned beast, his 4-headed chimera was immediately frightened and lost its combat power. Until now, Qin Hongba still couldn't figure out what kind of magical beast Long Haochen's mount was. When he thought that his summoned beast would definitely be suppressed, he wasn't in a good mood. However, this time, without the assistance of Channing, Beast God domain, Long Haochen's Beast King domain would be able to play its greatest role. Whether the suppression would work or not, it was really hard to say. In the past few years, Chun Hongba's cultivation had also improved a lot. Whether it was in terms of the control of the domain, the control of the summoned beasts, or the quality of the summoned beasts, they had all made great progress. Chun Hongba raised his hands, and balls of milky white light were released from his palms. In the blink of an eye, they turned into 6 milky white light balls floating in front of him. Since he couldn't use any equipment, he could only use spiritual power to simulate. A door of light appeared behind Chun Hongba almost instantly. His figure flashed and directly merged into the door of light, disappearing without a trace. The holy unicorn appeared in front of Long Haochen again. It was not because he was careless, but because Haoyue's ability was too domineering and could easily hurt people. This was the temple tournament, not the demons. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not easily let Haoyue assist him in battle. With the improvement of his cultivation, Haoyue's domineering and destructive power were increasing rapidly. Long Haochen could not easily control Haoyue's emotions when Haoyue erupted. The holy unicorn was different. The Star King had followed Long Haochen when he was still a starlight unicorn. It could be said that without Long Haochen, the holy unicorn would not have evolved. Therefore, although there was no strong binding contract between it and Long Haochen, its feelings for Long Haochen were very deep. Moreover, following Long Haochen, who had the constitution of the god of light, was extremely beneficial to its cultivation. Unicorns were naturally close to light. In this world, besides Long Haochen, who could afford to be close to it? However, the Star King also had the same problem as the Star King. It had just evolved into a holy unicorn and was still in the process of adapting. It still had many of the holy unicorn's abilities that it could not use. Otherwise, the enhancement it gave to Long Haochen in yesterday's battle would not have been so simple. Long Haochen also hoped to stimulate the Star King's potential through continuous battles, allowing it to become a true holy unicorn. A terrifying roar shook the entire arena, and a huge figure came out from Chun Hongba's summoning light gate. This huge figure was at least 15 meters tall, and its thick body was like a mountain. Its entire body was covered in shiny white fur that shone with a metallic luster. Its body stood upright, and a pair of huge fists pounded on its chest, making loud boom, boom, boom sounds. This was the first time that Long Haochen had seen such a huge, ape-like magic beast. Ape-like magic beasts had always been the strongest. Not only did they have the ability to tear tigers and leopards apart, but they also had much higher intelligence than ordinary magic beasts. They had powerful physical strength, agility, and a storm-like attack. Ape-like magic beasts had always been a summoner's favorite. 5 years ago, when Long Haochen and the others had challenged Chun Hongba, they had not seen this magic beast. They did not know if Chun Hongba had intentionally given it to them, or if he had not yet obtained it. From the aura of this magic beast, they could determine that it was definitely one of Chun Hongba's 9 contracted magic beasts. It was definitely not an ordinary summon. What surprised Long Haochen was that after Chun Hongba escaped into the light gate, his aura had completely disappeared. Even with his mental strength, he could not find any traces of Chun Hongba. What kind of summoner's ability was this? After the huge ape-like roar, it had already rushed towards Long Haochen. Its speed was extremely fast, and it seemed to have accelerated twice before leaping forward again. It was already in front of Long Haochen. It suddenly raised its huge right palm and slapped it down on Long Haochen's head. The palm had not yet arrived, but a terrifying gust of wind had already whistled down like a hurricane. What was even more terrifying was that at the same time that the ape-like palm slapped down, a strong chill had already enveloped Long Haochen and the Holy Unicorn. A level 10 ice magic beast was equivalent to a human powerhouse of the 9th level. Just one palm was enough to let Long Haochen fully feel its power. Against a summoner, he must not let him summon all of his summoned beasts. The bone-piercing chill was not only powerful and invasive, but also caused the speed of Long Houchin and the Holy Unicorn to slow down. Faced with such an attack, Long Houchin did not dodge. He raised his palms and made a gesture of holding up the sky. Boom! Amidst the violent roar, many people subconsciously thought that Long Houchin would definitely be slapped down from the sky by this palm. However, the situation in the field was completely opposite. After the palm with such a fierce momentum came into contact with Long Houchin's palms, which were completely disproportionate in size, the body of the ape-like man froze for a moment. In the next moment, his body was thrown directly towards the light door. The Holy Unicorn flapped its wings and chased after it with Long Houchin. A huge golden sword of light appeared out of thin air, somewhat similar to Qiu Yonghao's sword domain that day. This huge sword of light with a fierce sword intent instantly locked on to the ape-like man and slashed down. Not to mention that Long Houchin relied on the heart of eternity. His internal spiritual energy was as high as 290,000. Even if his cultivation was a little weaker, he was still riding the Holy Unicorn. The Holy Unicorn added at least 100,000 to his spiritual energy. If he added the Holy Light, it would exceed 150,000. Otherwise, how could Long Houchin have clashed with Yang Haoyu's domain yesterday? Although this Iceland ape was a powerful level 10 magic beast, it was only equivalent to a beginner level 9 powerhouse. In a direct clash, its ice attribute could not break Long Houchin's light, and its spiritual energy was far inferior. Naturally, it was sent flying by Long Houchin's merciless blow. The rules of the temple tournament forbade killing or maiming one's opponent, but summoned beasts were not included. Looking at Long Houchin's appearance, it seemed that he wanted to end the Iceland ape's life with one strike. Only those who had truly faced Long Houchin's sword intent could understand how powerful it was. With his sword soul, once his sword intent burst forth, it was even stronger than Qiu Yonghao's. The Iceland ape only felt an indescribably terrifying pressure appear in an instant, locking onto its huge body. It could not even dodge, and could only let out a strange cry as it raised its arms to block. However, anyone could see that if this monstrous sword descended from the sky, it would not be able to block it. Everything had happened too quickly. From Chen Hongbao's point of view, no matter what, Long Houchin was still Chinning, Er's team leader. He would not go as far as to kill Long Houchin right from the start. He had not sent out the Iceland ape to do much, but only hoped that it could delay Long Houchin. Long Houchin's sudden burst of power not only allowed him to see Long Houchin's strength, but also caused him to panic and hurriedly speed up the completion of his spell. In this way, his rhythm had been disrupted. What made Chen Hongba even more furious was that Long Houchin's burst of power was too fast. He wanted to save him, but it was already too late. This Iceland ape was one of his contracted magical beasts. If it was killed by Long Houchin, it would have a significant impact on his strength. Moreover, summoned beasts and contracted beasts all had a very strong bond. For a moment, Chen Hongba could not help but be enraged, and his emotions were once again affected. Cut in half with one strike? Of course not. Long Houchin was the son of light, not the son of slaughter. Moreover, he was facing someone from the Temple League, not the demons. Just as the huge sword was about to cut the Iceland ape's body, the blade suddenly twisted, changing from a slash to a flat slap, directly slapping the Iceland ape's raised arms. When Long Houchin had fought with Yang Haoyu yesterday, he had been completely suppressed by Yang Haoyu in terms of cultivation. Today, facing the Iceland ape, it was the complete opposite. His spiritual power completely suppressed his opponent. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, the Iceland ape's body was forcefully smashed into the ground all the way to its waist. Ice shards flew off its arms, and the defensive magic on them was completely shattered. It shook its head and fell straight down, losing the ability to fight. This was only because Long Houchin had been lenient. After breaking the Iceland ape's arms, The huge Swordseal had slapped it on the head, causing it to lose consciousness. Otherwise, he had at least 10 ways to easily kill this level 10 magical beast. With a wave of his hands, a strong golden light gushed out from where Long Houchin was. The golden light instantly enveloped the entire great trial grounds, and a melodious sound reverberated. It was the light god's domain. At that moment, he gave off the feeling that he had gone all out, without the slightest bit of reservation or probing. After the huge sword of light had defeated the Iceland ape, it had received the amplification of the light god's domain, instantly becoming even more solid. With a wave of his right hand, Long Houchin immediately shot it straight towards the standing door of light. That wasn't all. Long Houchin clasped his hands in front of him, and the heart of eternity in front of his chest fiercely throbbed 3 times. Immediately after, a white sword light flew out again, catching up to the huge sword of light in the air, causing the color of the sword of light to immediately turn incandescent. The terrifying swords will instantly suppress the barrier in front of it, causing cracks to instantly appear. What the light god's domain could achieve wasn't just a clash of domains and attributes. It also had a terrifying amplification effect on all of Long Houchin's own light attribute abilities. This attack was a combination of Sword Soul and Sword Will. Seeing Long Houchin's attack, Chiao Yonghao, who was watching from the Warrior's Temple's viewing platform, immediately understood that Long Houchin had gone easy on him that day. He could already use Sword Soul, and it wasn't as simple as he had just obtained it. Of course, this was also under the effect of the light god's domain. Yesterday, after Long Houchin had talked with Yang Haoyu and Qin Zidian, he had immediately gone into closed-door training, only coming out just before the start of today's competition. In just a day, he had gained a completely new understanding of the abilities of domains, and his cultivation had naturally risen along with it. Of course, this new understanding had to be tempered in battle in order to display its greatest effect. After his resurrection, Long Houchin's biggest regret was the disappearance of Yuting. Along with the destruction of his heart, Yuting's fusion spiritual stove, which had stayed in the acupuncture point of his heart, also disappeared along with her. Even the saint's spiritual stove's ability had left with her. In the process of thinking about Yuting, Long Houchin had a deeper understanding of Sword Will, which allowed him to obtain Sword Soul. When he first used Sword Soul, he vaguely felt that Yuting hadn't really died. It seemed that she still existed somewhere in his body, but he just couldn't truly feel it. He believed that as long as his Sword Soul became stronger, there would be a day when he would be able to find the place where Yuting was sleeping and wake her up again. The Sword Soul, as the name suggested, was the soul of the sword. It only had the intent, but not the soul, so it couldn't last long. Therefore, the attack of the sword intent usually lacked variation. But when the sword had a soul, the sword intent would become ever-changing, and would inevitably become stronger. In the past, the radiant sword god, Yi Wushang, had reached this realm and became an outstanding talent of the warrior temple. And now, Long Houchin had clearly also reached this realm. In the Knights Templar's spectator stand, Yang Haoyu couldn't help but secretly nod as he watched Long Houchin's Sword Will and Sword Soul. Yesterday's match between him and Long Houchin was more about the collision of domains. If Long Houchin had used his Sword Will and Sword Soul together with the light god's domain at that time, it would have been a great threat to him. It was just that at that time, both of them were immersed in the conflict of domains, so Long Houchin didn't use it. Roar! An angry roar sounded. Then a 4-colored light shot out from the light door and collided with Long Houchin's giant sword. Speaking of which, the 4-colored light was indeed strange. When it collided with the giant sword that Long Houchin's Sword Will and Sword Soul, not only did it stop the giant sword from advancing, but it also condensed into a 4-colored light ball. Long Houchin activated his Sword Will with all his might. The light god's domain suddenly contracted and focused on amplification. At this time, the 4-colored light ball also exploded. The terrifying explosion instantly put the great trial field's protective barrier under great pressure. Chun Zidian had no choice but to take action again. Long Houchen's gigantic lightsaber was blown to smithereens. Even he and the divine unicorn were sent flying 100 meters away. The light door expanded, and a huge figure rushed out. Wasn't it Chun Hongba's life-summoned beast, the four-headed chimera? Seeing the four-headed chimera, Long Houchen almost subconsciously wanted to summon Haoyue. With the suppression of Haoyue's bloodline, the four-headed chimera should not be of much use. However, Long Houchen quickly dispelled this thought. He felt that the four-headed chimera seemed to have some special changes compared to the previous time. First, it had become stronger. Long Houchen had used all his strength in his attack just now. Even a level 3 or level 4 powerhouse would find it difficult to deal with it. That was an attack with the sword will and sword soul combined with the domain. However, the four-headed chimera had withstood it just like that. Back then, it wasn't this strong and it was much weaker. Another change was in the four-headed chimera's eyes. From its eyes, Long Houchen could see anger and an extremely strong humanness. This is... Without waiting for Long Houchen to think carefully, the four-headed chimera launched a powerful attack. The four heads spat out a breath again. The four breaths did not directly blast towards Long Houchen. Instead, they gathered in the air and turned into a four-colored light ball. Then, it shot towards Long Houchen. At the same time, the four colors of blue, red, yellow, and green instantly spread out from the four-headed chimera's body and launched a powerful collision with Long Houchen's light god domain. It was actually the four-headed chimera's four-elemental domain. Chen looked at this scene in amazement. She muttered, "Grandpa is really good. He actually succeeded in cultivating the life fusion, so he has already broken through to level 3. At the side, Lin Xan asked curiously, "What's life fusion?" Chun Ing said, "It's the fusion between a summoner and his own life-summoning beast. Grandpa has now fused his own power with the four-headed chimera's Star Jade. Although he can no longer use summoning magic, the power of the Star Jade will be greatly enhanced. Moreover, Grandpa has full control over it. Its power can be further unleashed. Don't you see that the Star Jade has already displayed its domain?" "Uft!" Lin Xan suddenly laughed. Chen Ing asked doubtfully, "Brother Yuyao, why are you laughing?" Lin Xan laughed and said, "Because I suddenly thought of something. If you also cultivated to level 3 and obtained the life fusion ability, wouldn't you become a pig? Haha, I'm dying of laughter." "You." Chen Ing was furious. She raised her hand and pinched Lin Xian's waist fiercely. However, the others couldn't help but laugh. Madal was a little pig. If Chen Ing were to fuse with him, she would really become a pig. In the great trial field, although Long Houchen felt that there was something wrong with the four-headed chimera, he didn't guess that it was Chun Hongba's life fusion with the Star Jade. Although it was just a simple breath, the power of the four-elemental fusion magic had already been proven. Long Houchen didn't dare to be negligent. He raised his right hand and waved it in the air. A bright white light instantly fell from the sky and bombarded the four-elemental light ball. Instant release, light of judgment. When this light of judgment exploded, there was even a mystical Sanskrit sound. Around the light of judgment, there were indistinct angels flying around it. With a loud bang, the four-elemental light ball shattered. Although the huge explosive force engulfed the light of judgment, it didn't fly to Long Houchen.